Just for your knowledge, as you have heard, the meeting is recorded, and you will find the recordings as well as the slides after the webinar into the webpage that we will show you in a moment. Okay, so we start now. We have 59 participants online, and we will be monitoring these numbers over the course of the morning. So welcome again. This is the very first Sunshine training webinar. We had a communication webinar a couple of months ago to explain a bit on the project. So the agenda of today is to go further into dedicated topics of the Sunshine training material. If you can please show the agenda, Anita. So during the morning session that will last approximately for 2.5 hours, we will have an introduction of the Sunshine opportunities and the training program to set up the scene to this project. And then we will focus on Copernicus Emergency Management System services, two of them this morning, EDO and GHSL for drought and exposure mapping, especially in the case of disaster resilience. We will finish the morning session with a quick quiz and question and answer session where you can ask everything that you have in mind during this morning session. We will have a lunch break and resume at 1:30 in the afternoon for the afternoon session that will focus more on Galileo. So same, a small welcome and introduction for the people that will join us only this afternoon. And then we will focus on Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service for the first part of the afternoon, and then on other Galileo services that are especially useful for robustness and resilience. So we'll focus on OSNMA, SAR, and HAS. Again, closing the session with a short quiz and Q&A session. We should be finished by 5 approximately this afternoon. Before we start, some rules to consider during this webinar. So first, as I said, it is recorded, and you will be able to review the recordings in the future and sharing with your colleagues that could not attend today. Please stay muted during the sessions, so no disruption or background noise. You will have the opportunity to ask questions at the end during the Q&A sessions. You can raise your hand if you have something very important and relevant to say at some point. We can take a couple of questions during the course of the webinar. It will be up to the speakers to decide if they want to take the questions or not. And when you're sharing comments and questions in the chat, I will try to answer them live, so you can go and ask some. Please try to be concise and, of course, respectful in the chat. Finally, you may activate an option that automatically translates the caption by clicking on the live transcript option that you should see somewhere at the bottom. Let me introduce the speakers of this morning. So first, myself, I'm Charlie Faradji, I'm the project manager of Sunshine, and the speakers of today will be first Anita Elisayou, who is project officer at INA, and will tell you all about the Sunshine project itself. Then we will have Gabriel Lazzara, who is manager at Also Space, and he will guide you through the EDO and GHSL services this morning. In the afternoon, we will first have Caroline Morizot-Pagnon, who is an expert on EWSS, and so we'll guide you through that and part of the Galileo session this afternoon. And finally, Vincent Campagne, who is an expert on GNSS at FDC, and will talk about OSNMA this afternoon. So Anita, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Charlie, for the introduction, and on my side, welcome as well. Welcome and good morning. So my name is Anita, and I will be talking to you about the Sunshine project. What Sunshine is about, the origins of the project, the scope, as well as all there is to know about the training activities of the Sunshine project. First of all, as an introduction, it's important to put Sunshine in the context of the current climate, of the current environment of disasters. Phenomena such as climate change and extreme natural hazards and safety threats are increasing in frequency and intensity in Europe. So this creates a pressing need for stronger civil protection and international cooperation in the face of these disasters. Of course, the need to be well prepared to handle these disasters is more important than ever. The need to have all the necessary skills, competencies, but also the knowledge and tools to handle them becomes all the more significant. And so this is the background of the Sunshine Project. It is based on a request that was made by the European Parliament and the member states of the European Union. How to better understand the EU space services, these data and services that are available, and what is their potential to support national civil protection authorities. And thus, the Sunshine Project was created. The Sunshine Project puts satellites, the EU space program, at the service of disaster management. The EU, the European Union, has been developing and operating space infrastructures that have great potential for the civil protection community of Europe. Already there are available space data and services for observation, monitoring, mapping, public warning, all these different operations that are vital for civil protection and disaster management. And these applications for safety and security are expanding fast, which makes it all the more important for the people working in this field to know how to use them and know how to access them, and also how to take advantage of them and implement them perfectly into their operational plans. That is, of course, as you see here, the main question of Sunshine: how to make the best use of space capabilities in a time of crisis. So the main objective of the Sunshine Project is to present and demonstrate the EU space services and to help the civil protection community of Europe understand what they can do and how to use those services and data. At the same time, the Sunshine Project aims to support the operational integration in national systems and procedures of these EU space services. The main aim of the project is to strengthen the resilience of EU member states through dedicated trainings and exercises on the use of the EU space services. To do that, Sunshine brings together the experts that you see here on the screen. This is our consortium. All organizations with years of expertise in the sector, expert knowledge on the topics they're presenting, and this is also where our Sunshine experts are from. Now, I'm going to quickly take you through the Sunshine trainings before we go into the training itself. There are 4 different training activities for Sunshine: the seminars, the webinars, one of which is today, the bilateral meetings, and the Sunshine exercises. In total, there are 4 seminars. Those are in-depth trainings, 5 webinars, 2 of which are communication and 3 are training webinars, 1 bilateral meeting per member state, per EU member state, and then 2 exercises. The Sunshine trainings are targeted towards professionals who work in civil protection, disaster management, crisis management, but also technical experts, training coordinators. You see here that there are 3 categories of actors that are the target audience of the trainings: operational and strategic actors, such as what I mentioned earlier, civil protection, emergency services, and first responders, technical emergency teams, crisis and disaster management. But then we also are targeting high-level technical knowledge actors, such as technical experts, training coordinators, technological institutes, research institutes, and other scientific bodies. And then there is also the political and coordination actors, which are policymakers on a national level or a local level, EU institutions, and international and European organizations. Now, a quick look at the seminars. The seminars are the in-depth trainings of the project. They take place over 4 days, and during those 4 days, there are detailed presentations of the EU space components and their applications for crisis management. The seminars follow a train-the-trainer approach that ensures accuracy, relevance, and replicability. So at the end of the training, the participants are able to replicate what they've learned into their daily operations. It's a combination of theory and practice. So there's also practical demonstrations and exercises and workshops on how to use EU space data and services. One of Sunshine seminar has already taken place in November 2025 in Tallinn, Estonia, and there's 3 more coming up in the next months. You see the dates here. The next one is between the 3rd and the 6th of March in Strasbourg, France. And then we have 2 more in May in Romania and then in June in Croatia. If you're interested to register and take part in the seminars, some important things to note is that registration and participation is free, but travel and accommodation costs are covered by yourselves. The selection of profiles to take part in the seminars is done based on the expression of interest form. You can submit your interest by following the QR code that is right there on your screen. And once you have, the Sunshine team will get back to you about the status of your participation in the seminars. We hope to see you in one of those events. Mark your calendars for the dates that you see right here and make your pick on the expression of interest form. To have an idea of the seminar agenda, as I said earlier, it's over 4 days, pretty in-depth and pretty compact. You have, just to maybe clear up some things here, the blue blocks that you see on your screen are the theoretical presentations, the theory backing up the practice. And the pink is the interactive practical exercises that happen during the seminar. Of course, this is subject to change depending on the dates. Now, the Sunshine webinars, you're already taking part in one right now today. You might have already taken part in one earlier this year, earlier in 2025 when you joined in the first communication webinar. But here I'll talk to you very quickly about the training webinars. These are online sessions focused and targeted learning on specific EU space components. There are presentations done by the experts of the Sunshine Consortium on their topics. And here you will see some detailed sessions on the purpose, the functions, the use, and the real-world applications of the EU space assets. This is our first training webinar, and there's 2 more coming up. You see the dates right here, and as well as the topics that will be the focus of the next webinars. So the next training webinar will take place on the 4th of June, and there the topics would be the CEMS EFAS, the European Flood Awareness System and Rapid Mapping, and then the European Forest Fire Information System and Risk and Recovery Mapping. And then the last training webinar will take place on the 10th of September, and it will feature sessions on GovSatcom and IRIS². The final agenda there is to be confirmed, and the registration for these webinars will open closer to the dates. And then our communication webinars. These sessions focus more on boosting project visibility and promoting the training opportunities of Sunshine, as well as communicating the project's results. The next communication webinar is going to take place on the 2nd of April, 2026, and you can already find the recording and the slides of our first communication webinar on the UCPKN Sunshine page. That's the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network website. Then the Sunshine exercises. Here, once again, we put the theory into practice with immersive simulations. So these are simulation exercises based on the knowledge gained during the seminars. Here you get to transform theory into practice by using EU space assets and tools in a realistic situation of a crisis. You get to collaborate with your fellow exercise participants and make decisions in real time using real-time data and transform your knowledge in actionable skills. You can participate in these exercises, but the major prerequisite is that you have taken part in a training seminar. So all the more reason to join one of our seminars. Some logistical information on the exercises. These take over the duration of 1.5 days, with some preparations at the start, an icebreaker to get to know the participants, and then some warm-ups, and finally the simulation exercise that takes place over 6 hours. There's going to be two simulation exercises, both taking place in Brussels in the headquarters of the DigiDefis. The first exercise is going to take place on the 24th and 25th of March, and then the second exercise between the 6th and the 7th of October 2026. Here you get an overview of our training calendar with all the dates for the different activities lined up for you. Feel free to take a screenshot of the screen if you'd like. But all of this information and the upcoming training dates will be available on our UCPKN page. So you will get those there as well. Now, that is all from me. I see that there is a hand raised, so maybe we can take a couple of questions on the training exercise, on the training activities before we move on to, before I give the floor to Gabriel and he talks about Copernicus. Okay, that hand is no longer there. If there are any questions, you will have the opportunity to ask them later on, but I will also be responding to some in the chat if you want to send them there during the duration of the webinar. So, Gabriel, I hand over to you now. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, and I will start my screen sharing. Okay, so first of all, I'm very glad to see all of you together with us today for this training webinar. I'm Gabriela Zazzara, and today we'll guide you through two topics, EDO, so the European Drought Observatory, and GHSL, so the Global Human Settlement Layer. Before doing that, I prefer to give you a little bit more of context for what Copernicus is and what Copernicus EMS is, because both of them are within this framework. So I prepare a couple of information for those of you that are not super, let's say, expert on Copernicus. First of all, Copernicus is a program of the European Union and is the Europe's eyes on Earth. In this sense, it's composed by in situ data, satellite data, thanks to the Sentinel's missions, as well as the contributing missions, and it provides services. So value-adding data are combined into services to provide useful products for different user communities. In this regard, what we will talk about today, of course, are just one of these services, and is the emergency service. A few more information about this very useful service, which I believe most of you are from the disaster management community. So I'm pretty sure you already know a little bit, but maybe you don't know all of this, let's say 6 facts about EMS. So the first one, of course, is that is one of the 6 Copernicus services. It started its operation in 2012, which means that it has more than 20 years of operational experience, and the products have been developed and refined year by year. Within EMS, all the pieces of disaster management, so from before event, during event, and after event, are covered with different type of platforms, services, products, and datasets. It integrates satellite data, in situ observation, models, and aerial data to complement them and provide the right products at the right time. It operates, of course, 24/7 because, let's say, disasters are like this, so it can happen every moment, and is accessible for both EU member states and also for the entire global community. Because I saw in the chat many people from outside of Europe, so that's definitely something important for all of you, and is implemented by the European Commission, in particular by the Joint Research Center. Then how it is composed, and then we will move to the actual topics for today. Copernicus EMS is divided into three main components. So there is the early warning and monitoring component, which covers drought, wildfires, and floods. As already mentioned, also FEs, FAs are also component of EMS. Then there is the on-demand mapping component, which is basically the component that provides all the before, during, and after event maps for users under request, so on demand. And then there is the exposure mapping component, which also will be covered today. And I will not give too much information now because for sure we will have time for that. So to recap today, what we will talk about are two specific topics. Under the drought subcomponent, there are two observatories, the European Drought Observatory and the global one. But today we will focus only on the European one and its indicators and how to access this information. And then on the exposure mapping side, on the global human settlement layer, what it is, how it's, let's say, how data are integrated to provide it, and then how it is used within EMS and its products. So without further ado, I think we can start. We can start with EDO, with the drought. And so today, those are the two main, let's say, outcomes I would like for all of you to have from this short training. First of all, make sure to understand how this drought monitoring activity is placed within the EU Space Program, but also how to access and interpret key indicators that are accessible for free via the platform. So first of all, we should reason a little bit more about why should we monitor drought, and also why it's so important and within the Copernicus EMS activities. So I provided just three examples, very simple. So the first one for sure is that increase food and water insecurity, because the crops can be damaged, and this can produce risks for critical infrastructures and public health. Critical infrastructures such as the energy sector. Let's think, for example, also about the hydropower and how drought can impact the amount of energy we can provide. Another key example is its relation with the wildfires. So how drought conditions over time can increase the risk, the intensity or the extent of wildfires because of the amount of, let's say, fuel for wildfire that has been accumulated. Or something that may be counterintuitive for some of you, there is also a strong connection between prolonged drought and flood risk, because a prolonged drought can increase, let's say, can not increase, but can make the soil less able to absorb water, rainfall, etc., leading to a higher chance of a disaster event in case of, let's say, intense rainfall, because there is no possibility for the soil to absorb all this water in one time. And indeed, specifically in this case, I wanted to show a very short video to show you the difference between how the soil can react to the same amount of water in absorption in case of wet, normal, or after heat wave, for example. This video has been prepared by a professor of the University of Reading in 2022. And as you can see, the water in case of a wet grass flows very easily, while in a normal summer, there is let's say, a normal flow. During a heat wave, then the soil is very dry and has difficulty in absorbing all that water. And this is exactly what can happen. And this is one of the various reasons why we should monitor the soil, why we should monitor the drought conditions to inform preparedness activities in particular, and ensure that disaster management units and teams and civil protection are prepared and have the let's say, the situational awareness to do the best decision at the right moment. Moving forward, more practically, what do we do with EDO? What's EDO? So EDO is the European Drought Observatory, of course, as mentioned before. It's part of Copernicus EMS and provides drought-relevant information and early warning, let's say, tools across Europe. It supports decision makers in monitoring, assessing, and responding to drought events. The key features that are available are an interactive portal, which we will work on it together later on. I will guide you through. They provide reports usually on a monthly basis, focusing on different specific, let's say, analyzing drought events relevant for the public. And of course, there is also the possibility to download data and then operate them autonomously via various GIS supported platforms such as ArcGIS, etc. And then there are the potential application of this data for sure for early warning, risk assessment, and policy support also. I left in the slide the QR code in case you want already to access the portal. Nonetheless, we will access it together later on, so no, there's no rush for that. I would like to focus for a second on the connection between drought and how these indicators data are let's say, put together, and what's the role of space and the EU Space program. So in this specific case, Copernicus satellite data are integrated with hydrometeorological models and in situ data to provide two types of indicators. So for drought monitoring, so basically looking at the recent past, and looking forward, so drought forecasting indicators, which we will have a few examples, and we will go through them also on the portal. But before that, there is a very important thing I would like to share with you and to discuss. So droughts are not always, there is not just one type of drought, there are several types of droughts, and this needs to be understood to then understand better the type of indicators we have available on the platform and how these can actually help us to have a better understanding of the context and also to identify better decision to take. So there are, as I mentioned, there are various types. A first type can be the meteorological drought. This is usually assessed based on a deficit in precipitation over time. And one of the possible indicators that are available on the EDO portal is the standardized precipitation index. It can be calculated over 1, 3, 12, 24 months, but also 48 months now, because there have been updated on the platform. And as look and feel is this one in the top right corner. We will also go more into details later on this. Then regarding the agricultural drought, which is a situation in which not only there has been a precipitation deficit over time, but also there are proofs of how this has led the soil and soil moisture to be drier than usual, as well as we can see already deficit in vegetation greenness thanks to different indicators available, which can measure that. And one of the potential indicators available on the platform is this one in the bottom right, the soil moisture index anomaly, which allows us to identify in darker brown and darker brown, or in blue and darker blue, areas of very dry or very wet soil, which can inform us and have better understanding of the context. And then hydrological drought as a third type. So we said at the beginning, less rainfall, then the impact of rainfall, and see the impact already on the vegetation and the soil. And then in case of a very prolonged precipitation deficit, what can happen is that also the groundwater starts to have deficits, and we can see this in with other type of indicators, which will not be discussed today, but are available on the platform, such as the low flow index or the total water storage anomaly. Moving forward, I would like to focus on the indicator that was in the middle of that slide, which is the combined drought indicator. I would say that this is kind of the, let's say, the flagship indicator of EDO. It's an indicator for drought early warning. It's designed by the GRC to monitor drought impacts on vegetation and crops in Europe. It is computed every 10 days, as it's also explained in the slide. It provides three classes, primary classes, which are watch, warning, and alert, and with, of course, a color palette that goes together and provides relevant information for this type of more agricultural drought and informing, let's say, the users at the level of risk that this is posing to our crops in Europe. Moving forward, because what I would like to share with you is the fact that not only there is a portal, as mentioned before, and this information are accessible, and as we also will see via a guided showcase of the portal, but for those of you which are not, let's say, experts in drought-related information and want just to understand how to interpret this map on a routine basis, just to have this information routinely, the GRC has developed a page on their website, which we will soon check together, in which a pre-analyzed information, so taking into account the CDI, the latest information of the CDI, and it provides a pre-analyzed, let's say, text, which gives you exactly the insight you want, which region is most affected, and how this is connected, let's say, to the long-term path. Indeed, this is how it's the look and feel on the page on GRC, which you can access via this QR code if you want to check it now, or there is this link which will be provided later on. And as you can see, it provides you the visualization of the latest data. This is the latest available, so it's the analysis of the last 10 days of December 2025. And it provides, of course, the legend to understand better the image, as well as a little text which guides you through, let's say, the key points that you need to know. Then, of course, if you want to have more information, you want to focus on a specific area and check out the indicators, you have directly the link to the viewer, the portal that we will look together soon. Before that, I will present you other indicators that we will look together on the platform. The first one is the soil moisture anomaly, which has been introduced before in relation to the agricultural drought. Still an indicator developed by the GRC and helps to identify this type of drought and how long it lasts. In fact, agricultural drought happens when not enough water is present in the soil for the plants, and this can reduce both crop growth and basically have an impact of the food production. In particular, the SMA indicator looks at how the current soil moisture levels differ from what is normal for the specific time of the year. This indicator is updated every 10 days, as many of these indicators for drought, which is very important to understand, because when we look at the map, we are not looking at today, but we are looking at how it was, let's say, the drought situation a few days ago. Usually 10 days, it may be a little bit more when we wait for the updated information, but basically we are always looking a little bit in the past on these main indicators for a simple reason. As I mentioned at the beginning, it's not just satellite data taking a snapshot, but it's an integration of satellite data, in situ data, which needs to be put together and get together by the experts at the GRC, as well as the models that have to run. So, and the whole of this take a little bit of time, and of course needs to be processed and then be made available on the visualizer. And then we have a second, just to conclude, as mentioned also before, brown and darker brown indicates drier than usual condition for the soil, where blue areas, like in this case for Spain, indicates wetter than usual conditions. In case you're questioning, this is an old image. It's not now. This is from June 2025, so it's not the current situation in Spain or in the rest of Europe. And for the standardized precipitation index, which is the other indicator introduced before, which relates mostly and helps to monitor, let's say, this first meteorological drought, so a deficit in precipitations over a region, allows to compare basically and provide into negative, let's say, 0 and positive values. So the negative values you see are the red ones, which indicates that the precipitation over the areas in red, orange, or yellow received less than usual, than normal precipitation over a specific time period, which is the one you select. As I mentioned, you can select the last month, the last 3 months, last 6 months, 9 months, 12, 24, and 48 months as a reference. While on the other end, there are areas which can also receive more than normal, and these are highlighted in purple and darker purple colors. Okay. Moving forward, few extra indicators to showcase: extreme temperatures. So not only the soil can be, and the dryness of the soil can be visualized and monitored via the platform, but also the potential impact of warm spell and warm spell intensity. And also the duration of this warm spell, which can be a factor in how an heat wave can keep, let's say, or worsen a drought condition. So these information are also available via, as we will see, indicators are divided by cluster and topic cluster on the platform. And an additional indicator, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are not always, there are not only indicators for monitoring drought, but also to forecast drought, or at least conditions related to drought. In this case, we are, this indicator is the forecasting of unusually dry and wet conditions. And the objective of this indicator is to look at 3 months forward, in this case, and provide information whether the forecast is telling us that that region will experience drier or wetter conditions over the future months. So, for example, we know that a specific region is currently in a drought situation, but the forecast can inform us whether this is most probably to change or not, or worsen even more the drought situation in the future. So let's now go to the portal. I'll leave this slide for a few seconds so that you can scan the QR code or access the portal via the link. I'm sure my colleagues have shared it in the chat because I cannot see it at the moment.
Yeah, it's been shared.
Okay, perfect. So anyways, drought.emergency.copernicus.eu, and I will present, we'll just move this here so that we can look at it together. So this is where you should have landed. So this is the homepage of the entire, let's say, drought component of Copernicus CMS. And via the same page, you can access both EDO, so the European Drought Observatory, as well as the GDO, so the Global Drought Observatory. Today, as I mentioned, we'll focus only on EDO, but just for your information, you can access all the information related to drought provided by EMS via the same portal. First of all, I wanted to showcase from here how to access that pre-analyzed information. So as before, we just have to go to data. Once on the homepage, you go to data, current droughts in Europe, just a click. And as you can see, you have directly this page with the latest information using the CDI and a quick overview of the current status. And then, as said, you can go back to the map and look better into the data, which is what we will do today. Let's start with the one discussed just before. So this is the CDI. This is how the portal looks. We have the layers. You can select the layers in the top left corner, and there are many which are clustered by, let's say, by topic, by thematic, so by drought, precipitation, hydrology, soil moisture, vegetation, temperature, forecast, and then we have additional information in case of any extra product has been shared on the platform from local level. Not only we have the layers, but we have also, let's say, the indicators available, but we have also context information and the base map in case we want to change it. So let's decide to make it, let's say, less colorful and use just the continent. So to make it very visible and very easy to see which region is more or less affected. Then what we can do is, in the context, maybe we want to see which country is, in which country are those areas which the combined drought indicator is telling us that are experiencing a certain level of drought condition. What we can do is to add the boundaries, for example, for countries, and we will see that yes, it's working. So we will see that zooming in, most of Germany is in a watch situation, in a watch condition at the moment, and that many areas of Hungary are in a warning condition at the moment. This via according to the latest information provided by the combined drought indicator. Other things that can be done via the portal, for example, we can add the town, we can zoom in and see better which town is, let's say, closer or less closer to a specific condition area. We can just look at the urban areas and see how an entire, let's say, community can be in the same, let's say, drought condition. But then moving back to the indicator. So we have looked at the combined drought indicator, and we have this information about the last, let's say the latest one is showing us the last decade, so the last 10 days of December 2025. But let's say we want to see other moments in the past and check over a specific area, our country, our region, etc. How do we do this? We have to go in the, I don't know if it's very visible. Let me zoom in a little bit. So we are here in the indicator, and there is a button with the options, and that allows us to play with the dates. As you can see, we have at year level, month level, and period, 10-day period. Why 10-day period? As mentioned before, this indicator is computed every 10 days. So every month has 3 instances which are available to view. In this case, we can review, let's say, December. So we can go back to the second decade of December, or to the first one. And you see how the information is changing live on the screen. And we can also go back in months. So for example, now it's December is part of winter, but maybe you want to see how was the drought conditions in Europe just before the summer. So let's say in May 2025, it was completely different, the situation, as you can see. And most of the Central European and Baltic states were in a warning condition according to the combined drought indicator. But let's say you don't understand how it is allocated, different colors, and you want to better interpret more in detail how it is computed, what type of data are integrated. In this case, there is a simple feature. So instead of going and modifying this part, which are the information about the layer, and one thing I have not explained to you, but there's also the opacity. So in case you want to lower or increase the opacity to see it better, or before a download of the screenshot, etc., which I'll also present to you. But you may just want to understand better the indicator. And in that case, what you have to do is to click on the indicator in the layer info here below. And when you click, it opens up this, this window, which explains the legend. There are key information about the indicator, but most importantly, you have the direct link to the fact sheet in case you want to know more about the indicator, or to the data catalog in case you want to access the data sets and download, which you can also do here directly on the portal, and I'll show you in a second. But first, let's have more information about the CDI. This is what it looks like. It's a PDF. Every indicator has its own fact sheet with all the information provided by the GRC team, which explains you what it is, how it is computed. As you can see, we have the temporal scale, 10 days, the input. So we have the SPI, which has been presented to you before. We have the soil moisture index anomaly, which was presented before for you. And then there is also the FAPR, so the fraction of photosynthetically active radiation, which it's another type of indicator which allows to better understand the status of the vegetation over time. There is the spatial scale at which this is computed, and other information relevant to tell you that basically it's computed over this area in particular. Not only there is a brief overview of the indicator with its relation and its objectives, as well as more in detail how it is computed, exactly how each different level and call, let's say, of the legend, what refers to, and how it is how it has been calculated with the references to the specific papers that substantiate all this science behind it, and how to, as I mentioned, how it's calculated, but also how to cite it, if not mistaken, at the end, in case you want to have more information. And this is available for every indicator you can find on the platform. Now, I cannot see the others here. Okay, sorry. So this was the case for the combined drought indicator, but let's showcase other indicators and how to find them. So we said this was within the drought part, but what we can, for example, want to access is the SPI. In that case, we have to go to the precipitation. And you see that there is a possibility to visualize the SPI based on the ERA5 dataset for short-term or long-term. In that case, what you have to do is to check the options. Of course, you have again the 10-day period, the month of the year, and the year, but also you have the time scale. So in the short-term version, you have 1 month and 3 months. And as you can see, it's also related to the CDI, as you have seen before. Germany is in a, let's say, was in a yellow in a watch condition over the last decade of December, and in this case, which is already computed for the first 10 days of 2026, is showing there is a connection there. While in case you want to check SPI for longer periods, you can check the other indicator, so the long term, and within the options you will have the other ones, so 6, 9, 12 months, 24 months, 48 months. In case something is not clear about how it is computed, why some are negative, why some are positive, let's say, values, same approach. You can go here. There is a better explanation. There are the references. And again, you have the fact sheet here available with all the information for each of these indicators. Then I want to show you some more indicators that I've been presenting. So this, as I mentioned, so to recap, when we go to the layers, we have in the first cluster, we can find the CDI, which is the one also pre-analyzed on the GRC platform. In the precipitation one, we can find the SPI. In the hydrology one, we can find the low flow index, which has been mentioned before. but has not been showcased in the slides, which there is basically telling us the situation of the rivers. Then in the soil moisture cluster, we can access the other one, the SMI anomaly, so the soil moisture index anomaly, which has been briefly presented before. We can increase the opacity so that it's easier for you to see. And this is the situation. These are already being computed for the first decade of 2026. And as you can see, for example, we have two main areas in very, let's say, drier than usual condition in Hungary, Romania, and Serbia, and also here in Poland, as well as here in between Netherlands and Belgium. Moving forward to other indicators accessible on the platform, we have for the vegetation, we have the FAPR, which is one of the input data of the CDI, as presented before. For the temperature, we can access the warm spell, as it has been presented before across the kind of the other indicators available. There are various, which can focus on the intensity, the potential evolution, so more forward-looking, as well as the maximum temperature, as well as the duration of this warm spell. And then we have the forecast. And in the forecast, we have two indicators, so wet and dry conditions, as well as warm and cool conditions. Also in this case, if you want to understand better how those indicators are calculated and whether these are what you need for your analysis, you can always, again, check here, access the fact sheet or the data catalog where you can download specific data sets. Other very simple information, I'll go back to the CDI for you. So let's say that you want simply to either take a screenshot of this and make it available just to showcase with your colleagues or to use it, I don't know, on social media. You can always download directly, save this as an image, but just click here on this button. You can share this map directly. You can also check the attributions, so just to make sure in case you want to cite it. And last but not least, you can also just want to download the indicators data. So let's check how it works. You click on download from here, or there is another button directly on the home page where you can access the download data. And here you have the interface of Edo to download the data. So what you have to do is to select what you want to look for, and that's why I've been presenting to you the various profiles, because they are clusterized. So in order to find it, you need to understand how these are positioned also in the platform. You visualize, but also you can download them. So let's say we want to download the combined drought indicator, which is within drought. We already have it by default here, but there are other available, as you can see. Let's pick the first one. There are various formats, but all of them can be visualized in a GIS software. And then you can select which year you want. It has been computed since 2012. And as mentioned before, we have 3 instances of data per each month. So basically, every year, if you download, let's say, just 2025, you will download a folder with 36 files, 1 per each decade of the month. And that applies to the various other indicators. Let's say we want to download the soil moisture. We can find the soil moisture index or the anomaly. In this case, we want the anomaly. And then we have the possibility to download the various data in packages. Okay, and I believe this is all for myself from the platform, but let's go back to the website, because I would like to briefly introduce a few extra access points for you that might be relevant and useful. Which will be presented later on in the additional resources available on the website. And those are the reports, as mentioned. You can find them always here in the highlights or in the report section, but usually they're highlighted as very relevant publications. This is a recent analysis of the drought in Southeastern Europe. Maybe some of you are from those countries and would like to know more. In this case, basically, this is a PDF you can access and download for free from a GRC page. So just to showcase, you'll access here, you have an abstract, and then you can just download from here the PDF for free and see what has been analyzed by the GRC team. Going back to where we were, there are other opportunities via this portal. You can access the World Drought Atlas, which will not be in focus today, but you can also access the European Drought Risk Atlas, which will be later on presented, and the EDID, so the European Drought Impact Database. Just to showcase how they look like, if you click right here, you can check on the overview, and then you can play with the platform. And EDID is a database which puts together information for, I don't remember how many thousands of drought events over time, which have been put together to basically provide and extract insights and patterns. So this will be showcased in the slides soon. So I think that's all. Maybe one last thing I can show you is that you can always, from the homepage, as you can see, here you have EDRA EDID, here you have the Global Observatory, the European Observatory, and data. You can always go to the entire list of fact sheets for the various indicators. You can access the GRC data catalog, where you can find additional data sets that have been developed, as well, of course, as it's a catalog that includes also non-drought related data. Then you can have the web mapping service information, and you can also download directly from here EDO and GDO indicators. So you access the same page from there too, you see. So now I think I can go back to the slides. I hope you find it useful, this brief guided tour of the EDO portal. So a few additional information from my side. As mentioned, EDID is the European Drought Impact Database, and I just showed you how you can access it directly via the EDO portal. It helps you to understand drought risk and request this impact-based approach and a robust data collection. Indeed, over 13,000 of georeference record of drought impact across various sectors since 1970. And this platform supports risk management, drought monitoring, early warning systems, and disaster response planning more in general. Here is the link, but as I showed you before, it's easily accessible via the platform. Via the portal. The publications also very useful. I just showcased how to access one of them, but there are many. As mentioned at the beginning, these are shared once a month, usually on average, depending, of course, whether there is a useful and interesting topic to analyze. So a drought event that needs and can be analyzed via the EDO or GDO indicators if it's outside of Europe. And EDRA, so the European Digital Drought Risk Atlas. And there is also a paper version, but the digital portal, I think it's more, let's say, interactive and useful in this case. And it helps to characterize how drought hazard and exposure and vulnerability interact with each other and affect different in systems and sectors, basically. In this case, we are visualizing in a context of a plus 1.5 degrees projection, as you can see here in the corner, how within the agriculture system, we're looking specifically at wheat and how the average annual relative reduction in wet yields is expected in terms of risk. And this is allows you to map drought risk at national as well as sub-national level. And this is also directly accessible via the portal I showcased before. So last information for Edo, we have also, there is also a use case, so it's a story map in this case. It's available on the Copernicus EMS website. If you go to the Copernicus EMS website, there are the use cases. There is a story map very interesting about an extreme drought event in 2022 and showcase a little bit how the drought observatory monitored this, and which also actually is connected with the next slide. The indicators fact sheet have been shown. I showed you how to access them in several occasions, and also how to access the indicators download. Indeed, this map you can see here on the left is from the second 10-day period of August 2022, which the drought in Europe in 2022 was one of the worst one ever experienced by Europe, and has been, of course, it's visible and monitored via the Edo platform. So by now, I expect you to have a good understanding of how monitoring drought condition supports disaster management operation. For sure, what is EDO, so what is the EMS European Drought Observatory and why it is useful, and also how to access this information, also the pre-analyzed one via the GRC website. So I'll have a few minutes in case you have any question. I don't know if you, because I haven't been able to check the chat, so I don't know if you find this, if there is a specific indicator or topic that you find more useful for you or your work, or if you have any point you would like to share.
Sorry, I see a point made by Cesario, but I think you'd have to take us back to the Edo platform. There is an exclamation mark, a red exclamation mark at the bottom of the map, I guess. Could you let us know what that means?
Yes. Let me see if I see the same here. These are basically, it's how the team, you see my screen, correct? Yeah. These wordings, it's how the team working on the platform and data communicate with the users within the platform. So when they've noted that some indicators, some data are not working correctly or not computed as they should, they inform the let's say the users of the platform to make sure that they are aware that there might be some, let's say, inconsistency within the data, or they are working on some update of the data set or the indicators. This may happen depending on the type of indicator and the type of problem, and also they use this to inform whether they are working on a new version of the same indicator. As you can see, maybe I can show you here. As you can see, the combined drought indicator is not a V1, but it's a V4. There have been several improvements over time. There will be, of course, more in the future. And basically, it means that at a certain point, let's say the old version will be updated and recalculated via the new with the new approach. And this window allows them to communicate directly with the users. I don't know if this actually solved the question. Okay, if there's no any question, I will maybe move forward with the next topic. And then, of course, we'll be available so later on for more questions in case you come up with more questions in the meantime. So Now we switch, as I presented before, within Copernicus EMS, there are three components. We talk about drought, which is within the early warning and monitoring component. Now we are moving in another component, the exposure mapping one, and we'll talk about people, settlement, and exposure, and in particular about the global human settlement layer, GHSL. By the end of this presentation, I would like you to be able to explain how your space program data are used to provide insights on exposure mapping, as well as I would like you to be able to describe the core function of GHSL within EMS products and how to, let's say, at a simple level, let's say, interpret its data. So let's deep dive into it. But first, since I presented a lot, I talk a lot, I'm sure we need to be a little bit refreshed. So I have prepared a little quiz to see your level of knowledge on exposure mapping with some interesting information. So I hope you have a QR code reader. In this case, you can just access the quiz via this QR code. Otherwise, you can go on menti.com and use this code to access directly the quiz, which I will switch the screen in a second. Maybe Anita, you can put the code also in the chat. So just to make sure that people can join. Thank you. And I will share my screen in a second. So I see people are coming. We already have 23 people. I hope we will have more. So we'll wait a few extra seconds and then we will start. It is also here the QR code in case you need to access it. Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can arrive to 30. It would be a good number to start. Also to have a little bit of competition on the various questions. But maybe we cannot make it. So let's start without further ado. So I have a few questions for you. The first one is, how does exposure mapping support disaster risk management? So to check a little bit your current knowledge level, we have 4 options: by predicting when and where natural disasters will occur, by stopping natural hazards from occurring through urban planning, by identifying where people and assets are located in hazard-prone areas, by warning people when a disaster is about to happen. So up to you to decide, in your opinion, how does exposure mapping supports. I see most of the people convinced with the third option. Some are, let's say, on other option. Let's see, we still have 10 people that need to vote. I'll give them some time. Okay. Okay, I mean, not everyone has answered. Maybe someone is shy, but keep in mind that this is completely anonymous, so we will not know who put, let's say, the wrong answer in case. I'll move forward. So let's see. Indeed, by identifying where people and assets are located in other prone areas was the correct answer. Why it is important to know how many people live in hazard-prone areas? That's also a fair question. So, first option, to increase safe zones in populated areas, to prioritize emergency preparedness and allocate resources effectively, to monitor population growth trends, or to determine school zoning boundaries. See, in this case, everyone is very convinced and very fast in answering. Already have 20 out of 30. Let's see if more are coming. Okay, I see a pattern. I see a pattern. Everyone is very much convinced. I think we can move forward. And indeed, the answer was correct. So kudos. But now something more tricky. So we have reviewed a recent article that has been published by the European Commission, and there were a very interesting number related to exposure mapping. And so approximately how many Europeans are exposed to multiple natural hazards in Europe? Of course, many Europeans. And the options are 23 million, 87 million, 114 million, or 202 million. I see that this one has created a little bit of more, added a layer of complexity. Let's see if more people want to answer. As I said, it's anonymous. We are not, there's no good or wrong. It's just to keep you engaged and see your level of knowledge in this case. So I think we can go for the correct answer, which is 87 million, according to this study. The study, if not mistaken, is from 2023. So it may be that the numbers needs to be slightly updated, but it gives an order of magnitude of the importance of exposure mapping if that many people are exposed to multiple hazards. But then, and I know that we have an audience very, let's say, varied between different countries, but which country has the highest number of people exposed to multiple hazards according to this study? So we are just focusing on Europe in this case. Option 1, Italy. Option 2, Spain. Option 3, Germany. Option 4, France. So I would like to stress the point that we are talking about multiple hazards in this case. So only 18 answer. I think we can do better than that. See some more answer. Let's see if we have more. Okay, I see someone that France and Germany are competing for the last place, but I'm sorry for the 13 people that put Spain, but the actual answer is Italy. In fact, according to this study, almost around 21 million people in Italy are exposed to multiple hazards. This accounts for basically a little bit more than 1/3. So it's more than one Italian on 3. So it's a very high number, and that gives us a clear view on why exposure mapping is so important and why we need to focus and have products and data sets that help us to better understand this. So I think we can, after this hopefully refreshing quiz, I think we can go back to the presentation and to the slide. And first of all, thanks everyone that participated in this quiz, and I hope you enjoyed it. So let's go back. And indeed, just to recap, why mapping exposure? So that's definitely a very important aspect for all early warning systems, and to understand where people are, how many, at least in terms of estimate, how many people, infrastructure, and assets are at risk, because all this technology and data needs to make our communities safer. And so we need to know where they are, how many are them, but also the type of infrastructure at risk and assets we have to protect, to ensure that not only we know where they are, but we can, based on this information, create better preparedness plans and improve our risk assessment to make sure our decisions are took with the best situational awareness. And in particular, I want to stress this point because this is very connected to Copernicus EMS in particular, that satellite data improves exposure mapping by providing timely, large-scale, and accurate observation thanks to, in this case, Sentinel, lately the Sentinel data, but not only. And that's definitely a great improvement in this regard. So let's move forward on specifically GHSL. I will say I already put the QR code here, but it's not needed for you to go to the platform. We will go together to the platform to explore it a little bit. But I want to present to you the GHSL. So GHSL is the core of the exposure mapping component of Copernicus EMS. It provides accurate and updated information on the presence of human settlements and population, and its data are derived by satellite and census data. So it's not only observation from the satellites from above, but it's merge of various types of data. And this information is integrated in almost all the Copernicus EMS products and services. So as you can see in this very simple graph, we have different type of input data, which provides three type of GHS products. The first one, as you can get from the name build, is a grilled build-up area data, thanks to Landsat and Sentinel, Copernicus Sentinel imagery. Then we have GHS POP, which refers to population. So it's a gridded population data. But then there is GHS SMOD, which the acronym is not helping directly, but refers to settlement model. And it's a classification and allows us to better understand population size, density, and built up density. And as we will see together later in these slides. So I'll present to you various types of benefits of this layer and how this can actually support various type of, let's say, disaster management related activities. This visualization of France is how the population density is visualized over that area. I'm sure in that case, France is visualized, but the real added value of GHSL is that provides this type of information for let's say, represented less studied areas, and provides data sets which are, let's say, comparable, and it's easier for experts to then work on them compared to countries such as France that for sure have also other type of data which are not necessarily reliant on GHSL. But this is one type of benefit, so density and identify highly populated areas. Another type of benefit is when this is directly integrated into the on-demand mapping products. So we have two cases here, one outside of Europe and one within European borders. The first one is after the Hurricane Otis in Acapulco, so in Mexico. We can see the map that has been developed by the mapping team, which is part of the second component, so the mapping. But how this relates with GHSL? GHSL information is showcased here, as you can see. And according to GHSL information, we know that approximately slightly less, more than 380,000 people were potentially affected in the area analyzed. And that's a very practical and useful information for responders. They know immediately an estimate. Of course, it's not very precise to the last digit, but it already gives you an order of magnitude and guides emergency responders in doing their best with more information. And the same applies for another situation, for a wildfire in Tenerife in this case, in which, in this case, according to the GHSL information, around 850 people were potentially affected in the analyzed area. So to summarize, it provides estimation of population potentially affected by a disaster event. Not only at a local level, but also if we zoom out on very large areas and cross-border areas. Because thanks to the, let's say, methodology of this dataset and the fact that it is a global dataset, allows to easily analyze information across very large areas. This is the case of the floods in Pakistan in 2022, where massive flooding event affected the country, and the integration of GHSL data allowed to estimate not only at the population level, so how many people could have been affected by that event, but also in terms of built-up surface, so in terms of infrastructure that could have been affected by the same disaster event. Not only because what we have we've seen until now was like kind of snapshot, but we also, thanks to GHSL, we have data from the past until now, and there are also projections for the futures, which allows us to see patterns, to see trends. And indeed, this is this visualization you can see, which it's a GIF. I'll show you in a second. Showcase the population residing close to an important volcano of Indonesia, Mount Merapi. And you can see this is how, according to the GHSL dataset, the density of population, so people per hectare, was distributed across, this is the Mount Merapi in 1975, and this is now in 5 years ago, in 2020. And you can see how the people distribution has spread and has increased the amount of people living in the area surrounding this volcano. Why I'm showing this information? Because this is a disaster-prone area by definition, a volcanic area, and so this type of information and the pattern, it's very important for disaster management teams that have to prepare for these events, prepare evacuation plans, and understand where people live, which infrastructure is new, etc., etc. Furthermore, a few extra information that are accessible via GHSL. Not only we have basically very simple build, non-build, but also with the latest updates of the datasets, we also have more detailed and analyzed characteristics and on the extent of the built environment and the type of built environment itself. This visualization is showing Cairo, which we showcase also in the next slide, and allows to understand, because I'm sure we cannot see very well the legend from your screen, but it allows to understand better which areas of the town are open spaces, residential areas with small, let's say, buildings with lower heights, higher height, or non-residential, so maybe commercial buildings with also the height. The height is very important because it allows, for example, in a flood scenario to understand which areas can be more or less affected, and to understand also where the people are. So the residential areas are more important than the commercial areas if we have to, for example, provide assistance to communities affected by this type of event. And staying with Cairo, but with another type of information, recently the GHSL team has also released long-term projections for a vast set of major cities across the globe. And what you can see here is that thanks to their work, not only we can see they have computed the past and until now, and so we can see the pattern, but also they computed the projections. So in this case, we have 3 different, let's say, data sets. We have the degree of urbanization, which allows us to understand what is an urban center from and compare it to a semi-dense area or a rural area with a different color palette. And we can see how this changes from 1975 to 2100 according to the projections. And then up here we have the population density, which of course is related to that and for the same area. And below we have the built-up surface, so more on the, let's say, the infrastructure side. I wanted to show you this because they recently added this to the website, and now it's available for you, let's say, this visualization for many cities across the globe, and with their projections up until 2100. And I'll show you in a second also how to access them. Indeed, how to download GHSL information. Definitely you have to go to the GHSL portal if you want to download the information, specific datasets to do some analysis on your own. These are free, open access, as also all the EDO one presented before, as every Copernicus in general is open and free, free and open access by definition. So these datasets are available. Nonetheless, just to clarify, if you are a user of Copernicus EMS, in most of the cases, you don't need to download GHSL necessarily to integrate them into any products. GHSL is already integrated into EFAS, so for floods, into EFIS for forest fires, into most of the mapping activities, unless better data are already available, so it's not needed. So all this information is already very well integrated beforehand. Nonetheless, if you are an expert in and want to know more about these datasets, they are accessible via the platform. They can be downloaded, and I'll show you in a second. Maybe my colleagues can share the link for the Human Settlement Emergency Copernicus EU, which is the GHSL website, and I'll present it to you in a second. So if everything...
It's already been shared. It's available in the chat for everybody to click on it and follow it.
Perfect. So I'll share this page. So if you have scanned the QR code or clicked on the link in the chat, you should have accessed this page, which is the, let's say, the new look and feel of the GHSL website. As you can see, there are plenty of opportunities and information related to disaster risk management, but not only, because compared to other things I presented before related to drought, GHSL is very versatile and can be used for many other type of studies, and indeed it's very related to urbanization, and it's also used at UN level for several reasons, also related to the Sustainable Development Goals and their monitoring. Nonetheless, let's deep dive into a few aspects that you need to keep into account for GHSL. First one, the data download. As I showed you before in the previous slides, very simple to access is the third one here. And you can just go on the download. There is that access portal. There's also guided data retrieval in case you need more information. So as you can see, there is a step-by-step guide which allows you to understand what needs to be done in case you want to download data. Or you can just go to the direct download. You will end up here in this page. You have to select the product. According to the product you select, let's pretend we want to download the GHS population data. What you can see here, you have to pick the tiles you want, or you can download the entire globe, depending on the type of analysis you need to do. Let's say we want to pick this, and as you can see, automatically it starts to download for the tiles selected. You can pick the epoch, so the type of let's say the information from which year you want, and of course there is also a different resolution. Every different product has different epoch and resolution, so not everything has the same spatial resolution. So you always have to check before. And as I can see, you can also download here. You can also download using the other link. Then, a few extra things I would like to show to you, which are very interesting and I believe can create added value. The first one is not sure. Just a second, let's try again. Okay. it's the Atlas of the Human Planet. This is a very interesting publication done by the GHSL team, and so going on Geo-Human Planet, Atlas of the Human Planet, and you have an explanation of the role of GHSL. Not only, you can also find this publication, so which is the 50 years of population and urbanization trend. It's a beautiful publication which analyzes also population in hazard-prone areas, and you can download it in PDF, or you can browse the atlas interactively from the platform, and you can get to know more about the recent work in this regard. Other things that I would like to show you is, for example, the cities I've presented before. So those 3 graphs, this is the atlas, as you can see. You see a very detailed and interesting analysis on the slide, say 50 years trends on urbanization. And that's, of course, free to access, download, and learn more on this. Then, as mentioned, I would like to show you these insights on the major cities, which can be accessed via the Visual Hub, and go to the UCDB, so the Urban Center Database. When you click, there is another little menu, which allows you to go to Data-Driven Insight, in one case. And here you can see very interesting information on a global scale. Those are key insights that have been extrapolated by the GHSL team on this set of let's say information. So, for example, more related to disaster risk reduction. This is the map and analysis done for the population in low-rise buildings exposed to coastal flood risk. This is some type of information that can be let's say, on where GHSL proves to be fundamental. There is another one for high-rise buildings exposed to earthquake risk. So this, of course, is done by integrating information related to risk of earthquakes and information on buildings I showcased before about Cairo. So this, of course, is not just for Cairo. This is for the entire global data set, and allows to understand where high buildings are and where the earthquake patterns, let's say, and risk are. So by merging this information, you can have this type of analysis. Then other very interesting information I would like to show is the long-term projections, as I said before. So there is the evolution of cities here. So Visual Hub, long-term projections, evolution of cities. And here you will find this map, which doesn't look super cool by itself, but let's say we want to check, let's say, Madrid. We click on Madrid and we see exactly the same type of, let's say, visualization on the degree of urbanization. So again, just identifying the urban center from semi-dense areas or rural areas and how this evolve over time. But we also have the population density over time, built-up surface over time, and also we have other type of information in certain cases about urban center dynamics. This is not always present, but as you can see, it's not only Europe, but you have it for all the continents and major cities analyzed. See, this is also, I think, a very, very interesting application of GHSL data. And but then more concretely, in case you would like to get more information either on the degree of urbanization, which is a specific application of the GHSL, or more in general about GHSL and its application for disaster risk reduction, you can access them via Knowledge, and they provide specific capacity building activities. So to give a bit of an overview, the Sunshine Project for sure provides training and capacity building, but it's more of a, let's say, beginning of this process, because of course within a week of training you cannot become an expert on every different, let's say, aspect of the EWSS program and its application for disaster risk reduction. Nonetheless, in many cases, in many instances, the specific team in charge of these data sets and work have also the possibility to provide targeted training to specific institutions. So based on the institutions you are coming from, you can contact the GHSL team and they provide on-site training according to your needs, online training, as well as mentoring. As you can see, they have a long-standing, let's say, record of support across all the continents, and they will be very happy to receive requests in case you have any. In fact, what you can do in case you have very specific question on the GHSL datasets, you can always contact them directly from here. So at the bottom of the website, you can find this button and automatically opens an email to them. You can contact them directly to ask any more, let's say, detailed scientific question on the datasets or related to anything else you would like to learn about GHSL. And with that, I'll just conclude saying that I hope that by now you know what GHSL data is and the role it plays in Copernicus CMS products, as I showed before in the mapping project, for example, but not only, and also where to find all these additional resources related to GHSL via the website. So, I don't know if there is any question already, or just share whether you find the presentation useful or interesting, or if you, I don't know if you use population data within your projects or work, or whether you want to know more about GHSL.
If somebody would like to ask a question, I invite you to raise your hand because Zoom automatically mutes you. So I will be turning on your mics when you want to speak. Sorry, there is a question by Basir sent through the Q&A function. Basir, if you'd like, I can turn on your mic so you can ask it yourself too. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. In just a moment, there you go.
Hello, thank you very much. I think my question is a little bit too further. I asked it in advance. It concerns illegally drilled water pump stations that are obviously adding on to the consequence of droughts. So whether there's a way to detect it, perhaps it's not within the framework of this project, but perhaps something along in the future. If this is not the right question, is it possible to detect activities and consequences of server farms? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Basir, very, very much for your question. I'll be completely honest with you. I believe that this type of analysis, which is very context specific, can be done with space data, not within the portal EDO nor GHSL. What I think it's needed there is basically requesting, for example, a specific type of activation, whether this is sensitive or not sure, depending on the case. But for sure, in case, if I understand correctly the context, we may be able to see the consequences of this via the portal of EDO, in case this is at a certain scale. If it's very localized, I don't think this can be detected on the long term because of the spatial resolution of most of the indicators of EDO. Nonetheless, if you have the need to monitor this type of drilling activity, I believe there is a possibility to look into it, but not with this type of portals and services. I know I'm not completely answering your question, but I hope it's a partial.
It is the current capability. Thank you very much. It's been more than helpful. Perhaps it is an aspiration and a future goal so that it will be more accessible. Thank you very much, Gabriel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if there is any question. Otherwise, I have a few questions for you all.
There is a question from the chat, Zoltan. I can also, if you raise your hand, I can also turn on your mic so you can ask it directly. Oh, sorry. If not, I can. Okay. In that case, then I'll read it for you, Gabriel. If we request for on-demand mapping for CEMS, how does it compare with UN Spider and Map Action? What are the additional value they can provide for for disaster management?
Okay, so I think to put a little bit in context, I think this is slightly outside of the topics presented. Nonetheless, I'm not an expert on UN Spider activations, to be completely honest, but I know quite well, let's say, the process for the Copernicus EMS activations. So I think within the question, there is no specific link with EDO or GGSL. Is in general how they compare. In that case, there is a specific process for Copernicus CMS activations, and the activation has to be done via the portal. It's called the SRF, so a service request form. Not everyone can activate the service. The service can be activated only by authorized users. The authorized users, if you're asking, are listed on the Copernicus CMS on-demand mapping website. I may actually show it to you live, which may be easier. Just a second. When you access the mapping website of Copernicus, you can see that if you go to the resources, it's in the about section, you can see there is a list, there's a link here to authorized users, and there is a full list of basically which entity can activate the service. Okay, so the main difference for sure that I know compared to UN service is that there is no specific authorized user in that case, while for Copernicus CMS there is a list of authorized users. Does this mean that not everyone can activate? Not necessarily. What it means is that, for example, if you are part of an entity, I'm sorry, but I don't know if you are part of one of these or not. But in case you are part of a third, let's say, party that needs an activation for a specific reason, or thinks that an activation of the Copernicus CMS service can be relevant, they need to contact the specific entity of their country. Or if you are outside of Europe, you need to get in contact with the EU delegation in that country. And they will discuss with you, and then will liaise directly with Copernicus CMS, and in particular, in this case, DG ECHO ERCC, which is a unit in charge of basically filtering and deciding whether to activate or not the service, which, by the way, is free of charge. But this is the same also for the UN-based mapping activities. And I believe that a major difference there, and I'll conclude on this also because I'm not sure whether this was exactly your intent, but a major difference is that the Copernicus CMS provides on-demand mapping products and analysis and etc. for preparedness, emergency response, and recovery activities. While, according to my knowledge, the UN services focus only on emergency response. So there is a very different type of workflow behind the scene and different type of expertise needed in case you need to do very specific preparedness or recovery activities, which the Copernicus CMS on-demand mapping team allows to do. Of course, over time, it's not within 24 hours. But this, I think, is the main difference. So the breadth of the actual portfolio that is available via Copernicus CMS. I don't know if there are more questions or hands raised.
I don't see any, but I think we have time for a couple more questions. So if somebody would like to ask something, please raise your hand and I'll give you the floor. Maximilian, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. I just have one question about the service request form, as this was adopted recently and is now in this new design, which I consider quite well and very practical. What I am personally missing is the training form. Is there something planned to have a training form again, or did I just not find it recently?
Okay, I will answer according to my current knowledge, but please keep into account that I'm not, let's say, the expert of the Sunshine team for that specific aspect, but I can definitely put you in contact. In this case, I believe directly with people at the GRC, so in charge of EMS, in case you want to have a better understanding also of their plan for the future. But according to my knowledge, after the last update of the SRF, the training option has been removed. That's my current knowledge, but I'm not 100% sure of this because I haven't had the time to coordinate with actually the experts on the topic. I can definitely, if you want, you can leave your email in the chat and we can follow up with you and put you in contact with the team in charge of this so that you can get a more complete and correct answer.
Well, thank you very much. That is a great offer. In this case, I think it might not be necessary, as I have a meeting next week in ISPRA with the GRC anyway.
Okay.
So I might ask it directly, but I thought it might be interesting for others. Thank you anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
In a few slides, Maximilian, you'll be able to see how to contact the Sunshine team. So you can also reach out to us at any time that is convenient for you.
Yeah, also if you have a more question or also on the slides in the future, feel free to contact us. We'll be happy to clarify any point.
Great, thank you so much.
And also, I mean, I will also come back to that later, but there will be specifically focus on the on-demand mapping activities. We will have another training later in June. So you're more than invited to participate there, as we will deal more in detail about those topics.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other question?
I've got one more follow-up question from Zoltan from the chat. Do you suggest to request UN and EU services at the same time?
It's a tough question. First of all, because I'm not an authorized user, and second, because I'm not part of an entity that works directly in the field, in the sense that I'm not part of a civil protection or a disaster management team that needs them on an operational basis. So I don't know if this can prove to be useful. Without knowing much more, I will also say, let's say, the more the better. But besides this, there should be, if not mistaken, a coordination mechanism that puts together people from the UN service and the EMS service and other services that provide this type of mapping products on demand to ensure a good and well allocation of resources, which means that the possibility that you get both services activated for the exact same event and location is very unlikely. What I saw happening in the past is that over wide areas, so an entire country is affected by, I don't know, a major typhoon, etc. The work was spread between two services, so the UN one and the EMS one, but across different areas to be analyzed. So every team had their specific areas, maybe providing very similar products, but different areas. So there was not, let's say the end user was not receiving two identical maps almost, because there's no, I don't think there is any point in this. I hope this clarifies.
All right, thank you, Gabriel.
If there is no other question, I think it's my time to ask some question to all of you, or to those of you that would like to take part in this end of the training quiz. Again, you're safe. It's completely anonymous, but we would like to know better whether the session was effective and we managed to ensure that some knowledge actually stayed. So you can scan the direct link to the quiz here, and we will do it together. So let me prepare. In the meantime, you can access it via the QR code. I believe you can some of you already accessed, so we can jump in the presentation mode. Okay, in case you cannot access the QR code for any reason, you can still go on menti.com and use the code 69336201, and you will be able to access this quick recap quiz to check whether you were listening to all my long presentation and hopefully useful presentation. So I see already more than 20 people with us in this quiz. I don't know if more would like to join for this, let's say, final check of this training. It's not super long. I think it's, if not mistaken, it's 7-8 questions as before. Okay, I see almost 30. Let's see if this time we can hit the 30 people in the quiz. Just some more. Okay, I've not been able to convince more. Fine. So I think we can start without further ado. So we start with acronyms because, as you know, we have presented many today, and the first one is what is CEMS? Depends. Is the Combined Emergency Monitoring Solution, is the Copernicus Emergency Management Solution, is the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, or is the Copernicus Emergency Monitoring Service? We try to make it a little bit tricky, playing with these acronyms. So let's wait for all of you to answer. Okay, a few extra seconds for you to answer. Let's see. Okay, I think we can move. I see the third and fourth option were, let's say, confusing enough, which is good for me because I work on them. But unfortunately, only 14 of you have guessed correctly, because the actual acronym is, yes, Copernicus, because it's one of the services, but it's Emergency Management Service. But of course, helps a lot in monitoring various types of hazards and disasters. Moving forward, let's deal now with our first part of the training, so regarding drought. This is, of course, the answer. So it's one of the 6 services and provides before, during, and after disaster information. So this is a very difficult one, I believe. What type of drought can be identified and monitored using aid indicators? I've mentioned, if I can help you, 3 types. In this case, there should be a word cloud as a result. So you can write whatever, and you see that appearing on the screen. So let's see what information, what names stick more in your memory, and then we will recap them together, because of course it's useful to understand the framework to then see why we have different type of indicators which showcase different type of information. I see that. I don't know if you took notes or if you are, let's say, cheating, but I see a lot of good answers. I hope you learn, and no one is cheating, of course, but you never know. And I think we can just wait for some extra, but I see already the main one are exactly those. So I think I can move forward. In fact, the meteorological, agricultural, and hydrological are the three types that we discussed. And the first one, typically describing a period with a prolonged precipitation deficit. The second one, which describes a period of characterized by severe soil moisture anomalies. That's why we talk about soil moisture anomaly index, with a negative impact on vegetation and crops. And in fact, for the agricultural, not only we have the soil moisture anomaly index, but also we have the combined drought indicator, the one which is also pre-analyzed by the GRC team. It is allowed on, it's accessible on the GRC website, pre-analyzed. And then hydrological. So when the deficit of water affects rivers, lakes, reservoirs, and groundwater. In this case, I just briefly showed to you. I know it hasn't been a complete presentation of this aspect because we prefer to focus on the meteorological and agricultural one. Nonetheless, there is the low flow index, which analyzes the flow of the rivers in Europe, and that's accessible via the EDU platform. Then, another question, very, very important. How often the European Drought Observatory Combined Drought Indicator, so the CDI, is updated? We have various options here. We have 10 days, we have 30 days, so a month. We have every day, so constantly, almost constantly, or 7 days, so every week. I see a good distribution. No one believes it's every day, which it's a great achievement for me to make sure that the expectation towards the indicators are correctly set. Let's see if there are more. Okay, I believe we can move forward, and most of you answered correctly, so it's 10 days. Indeed, we talk about the decade. So every month we have 3 maps which cover, let's say, the first 10 days of the month, the second 10 days, so 10, 20 of each month, and then the last decade of the month. The same applies when we download the datasets. We have 3 GeoTIFF files per each month. So it's updated every 10 days, but there is a reason, and that's it's a good frequency to monitor crop stress, because usually it takes between 10 and 20 days to see the effects on crops when there is, let's say, the soil is less wet than usual, etc. There's also here a few extra information on the CDI as an indicator to recap its importance and application. And then moving to the second part of our training today. So why does CEMS include an exposure mapping component? In this case, we have 4 options. So to predict when and where hazards will occur, to show only the physical extent of disasters, to identify where people, buildings, and assets are located in areas affected by hazards, or to replace national risk assessments. I see from the results that this was too easy. So for the next training, we will make sure to make it a little bit more tricky. But I confirm it's the third option. So to identify where people, buildings, and assets are located in areas affected by hazards. In fact, just a very brief explanation. Moving to the next question, what is a key advantage of GHSL for cross-country exposure assessments? So it integrates live information from social media. It applies harmonized, globally consistent methodology. It focuses only on urban areas, or it provides a real-time population movement. Okay. Let's see if we get some more answer. Okay, no one believes that social media are integrated, and it's correct. I don't know if for the future some plans may integrate those type of data, but I don't think it's in plan for now. And correct, 15 of you picked the correct option. So it applies an harmonized and globally consistent methodology. That's very important when we have to analyze this type of situation where disasters, of course, as you all know, do not stop at the borders. In fact, we need better coordination on this, and having data sets that can better analyze the situation cross-border, it's fundamental. And in fact, and as I showcased before, within the flood in Pakistan case, the area monitored and analyzed was across the entire Pakistan and the northern India region, and GCSL allows to have same type of data across the entire region, which is also very wide. I think this is our last question. So how is GHSL information integrated into CEMS on-demand mapping products? So GHSL information is integrated by default, but only in pre-event analysis. GHSL information is never used unless requested by users. The information is automatically included in the mapping products, or is integrated by default only in the post-event analysis? I see that this question may be a little bit more tricky or more slow to answer, so you're still thinking. I mean, also longer the answers, so they need also to be read. Okay, let's see if some more of you wants to answer the Okay, I see that most of the people answered, and happy that someone put the second one because it allows me to clarify the point for sure, but also happy that most of you answered correctly. So to clarify and conclude, GCSL information is automatically included in CEMS on-demand mapping products. Of course, unless more detailed and tailored information for the analysis is available. In that case, the on-demand mapping team can decide what's best for the end user, for depending on their needs. But by default and by definition for the rapid mapping activities, so the one for emergency response, which is a very timely process, the GHSL information is automatically integrated in the process and analyzed according to that the exposure map of the area analyzed. Not only, I'll take also this now a moment to extend that not only in the on-demand mapping, but GHSL, as mentioned before, this information is also integrated in the other portals of Copernicus EMS and its data sets. Okay, and that's all. So I hope you enjoyed this kind of quick recap quiz. I hope that most of you also had, I saw many correct answers, so I think that you had a good overview now of these two subcomponents of Copernicus EMS. And as I mentioned before, it's not finished here, so I will go back to the slides and give you just an overview on what's next. But first, let me check if after this quick quiz you have any additional question. This is, let's say, the last moment of the morning to ask questions, so feel free to do it now.
Remember, if you want, you can raise your hand or you can type your question in the chat.
give a few extra seconds, and then if it was super clear and everything is super clear, I'm happy to continue and give you just an overview of what's next within today, but also for the upcoming activities of the Sunshine project. I think there's no hand raised, so we'll continue. Indeed, what comes next for Sunshine and how the activities performing the training of this morning, but also the training is not finished. There is the entire afternoon for you, and with a focus on Galileo and the various services related to disaster management enabled by Galileo. But how this activity plays within the what has been presented before by Anita. To recap, we have the seminars. One took place in Tallinn, very successful, and we managed to have this first experience with more than 20 experts. But it's not finished there. We have 3 more opportunities for you. So you can register to participate at one of the following seminars. So the following are in March, May, and June. In Strasbourg, the first one, in slightly more than a month. The second one in Timișoara, Romania, and the last one in Zagreb, in Croatia, in June. As I said before, you can register accessing this QR code. Maybe I think it has been shared also in the chat, the direct link for the expression of interest. It seems a long form, but it's super easy. There are key information about yourself, a little bit more about your motivation to participate in this training activity, and then we wanted to know a bit more about your level of knowledge of various services to better tailor and guide our delivery of the training on site. And then, if you will participate, or you have already participated in the Tallinn one, if any of you had done this, you will access another opportunity, which is not only to have, let's say, this week of opportunity to do both, let's say, frontal lesson and learn, let's say, the knowledge, the theoretical knowledge, but also do the workshops with your peers and put a little bit in practice what you learn, but also to have almost 2 full days of simulation exercise with 2 scenarios in Brussels. And this, by definition, being a more complex scenario and a very, let's say, fast-paced environment in which decision needs to be made and the participant needs to be kind of well, let's say, acquainted with what we are talking about, the various services, the portals, the components, type of data sets, the service request form, for example, etc. The simulation exercises are accessible only to people that participated in one of the seminars. Said otherwise, if you want to participate in simulation, take part in one of the seminars, and this will grant you an opportunity to participate. And then, to conclude, if you want to watch again this webinar, or you want to share it with your colleagues for reviewing it, all the recording of today, so both the morning and the afternoon, will be available on the Sunshine page on the UCPKN platform, which can be accessible via this other QR code. I know there are many QR codes, but we are sharing a lot of different things. Maybe my colleagues can also share the direct link for the page for you to check, whether you also will find all the events, news items about the project, and of course, on the page already are available the recordings of the previous webinar, but within this week or early next week will be available also the recording of this webinar for you to recap and to share with your colleagues. And now, last QR code of the morning for you all. Also in this case, I don't know if we can share also in the chat the direct link for that. What we would like to know is your as an evaluation of this first part of the webinar, because we are trying to keep improving this material and the structure to make sure that you get the most out of this opportunity. So please take some minutes to fill this form, and would be very much appreciated by our team, your support in this. I don't know if Anita, you want to add anything on this?
I'd like to thank you for taking on the conclusion. Indeed, as Gabrielle said, you will find the links to the expression of interest form for the seminars in the chat. And also right now you will find also the link to the webinar evaluation. Indeed, it means a lot to us to have your feedback and ensure that these trainings are relevant and applicable to you. So by sharing your comments with us, you help us do exactly that. There is a question in the chat that I'd like to address regarding the trainings, the seminars. So the seminars are in-person events, and they are exclusively in person. Sorry, they are not hybrid. There is not a possibility for an online connection. It's only in person. Another question that I see here from Susanna. Yes, the presentation of the webinar will also be made available online, and you will be able to consult it whenever you want and share it with exactly. Thank you, Charlie. It's the link where the presentation will be posted has just been uploaded. So you can go there, and all of the links inside this presentation will be fully functional. So you'll be able to revisit all of the sites and platforms that were shown, as well as the other relevant links for the Sunshine training activities.
I think we have one last slide, just to make sure. I will leave you the floor, Anita, because I'm coughing too much.
Yes, thank you, Gabrielle. Indeed. So if you have any questions regarding the Sunshine project, specifically the Sunshine trainings, you can reach out to me at the email address you see right now, as well as at sunshine@telespazio.com. For any questions concerning the Sunshine exercises, you can reach out to our Sunshine team member, Simon, at the addresses that you see. And then for general questions on the project, feel free to reach out to the two addresses that you see right there. The contact information are also part of the slides that will be uploaded later, so you'll find them there in case you need them too. And with that, I think we've reached the end of the morning session. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask them now. If there's any pending questions in the chat, or by raising your hand and being unmuted, I'll give maybe 1 or 2 minutes, 1 or 2 seconds for this, sorry.
Otherwise, we can also already just give a snapshot of the agenda for the afternoon. This will be then presented again to make sure. Exactly. But I'm sure it will help you to plan better your day.
That's exactly right. So yeah, at the end of this session, we'll be going on to our lunch break. A break to relax a bit, and then at 1:30 we meet again at the same link to begin the afternoon session of the day, the afternoon training session on Galileo. Here you have the agenda. Again, we'll begin with a quick introduction for those that will join us exclusively for the afternoon. And then we will dive straight into Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service, and then Galileo for robustness and resilience. All right. I don't see any questions, so I think we are good to close the morning session now. On behalf of the Sunshine team, thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for your participation in the quizzes and in the Q&As. We hope to see you in one of our future training activities, whether that is a seminar, the exercises, or a future webinar. And we will be in touch. You can always reach out to us. We join again at 1:30 for the afternoon session. See you then, and or if not, have a very nice day.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you to everyone that was here this morning and are still here this afternoon for the different topic. And welcome to all the new names I see in the chat. So indeed, and if you can show the agenda. This afternoon, we will address the second part of the first Sunshine webinar with different subjects. So we have had Gabriele talking about Copernicus EMS, especially for drought and exposure mapping this morning. And this afternoon, we will cover Galileo services. So first of all, emergency warning satellite service, and then other services very useful for robustness and resilience. So OSNMA, SAR, and HAS. So we are starting now, and we should be finishing around 5 this afternoon. There will be a short break between the two Galileo sessions. And at the end of the day, we will have a short quiz to see if you remember the main messages from those slides. Don't worry, it's not nominative. It's just for you to recap what you have learned today. And of course, a Q&A session with time allocated to answer and discuss about the topics that we will discuss today. So before we start, some rules to consider and to know about. So first of all, this webinar is recorded. You have heard the sound when Anita started the record. So you will be able to find the recordings of the webinar as well as the slides that we present today in the UCPKN website, the Sunshine page. Don't worry, we'll give you the link to this content so you can find everything that you need in the future or share it with colleagues. Please stay muted while the speakers are presenting their topics. There will be different occasions to ask questions at which you will be offered to speak, but during the main session, so please stay muted. You can use the raise hand function or write in the chat if you have live questions. I will try to answer those questions in the chat while the session is going on. And also you will see quite a few QR codes in the slides for you to access the links. It's the most convenient way to provide the link to slides, but in the meantime, I will give you the direct URLs in the chat. So if you are using a computer, you can just look at the chat and you will see the URLs matching the QR codes on the slides. And finally, for those that needs, so this session will be in English, and you can activate the captions automatically. There is a function at the bottom of your screen to see the live transcript in another language if it's easier for you. So this is about the rules. And finally, the speakers of today. So Anita Elisayouf, who is a project officer at INA, will start the introduction of the Sunshine project and the different training opportunities that Sunshine offers. And then you can see the great picture of Gabriel Lazara, but he already spoke this morning, so you will not have the chance to hear him unless you go and see the recordings of this morning. But this afternoon session, we'll see Caroline Morisot-Pagnon, who is an expert on EWSS subjects, and Vincent Campagne, who is an expert on GNSS services, so respectively from Telespazio and FDC companies. So I leave you in good hands with Anita, and wish you a good session.
Thank you very much, Charlie. So just as we did for the morning session of the webinar, we're going to be going through the background of the Sunshine Project. This is especially for those of you who have only just now joined us and are curious to learn more about the Sunshine Project, its scope, as well as the training activities that it includes. So a little bit of background. What is the climate behind the creation of the Sunshine Project? Europe, as we know, is facing a lot of disasters induced by climate change, natural hazards, or other safety threats that are increasing in frequency but also in intensity. This creates a pressing need for stronger civil protection and also stronger international cooperation in dealing with these disasters. And of course, the need to be well prepared to handle them is now more important than ever. So, as such, the Sunshine Project was created based on a request made by the European Parliament and the member states of the European Union. How to better understand the EU space services and what is the potential of the EU space services to support national civil protection authorities? Those were the two fundamental questions that became the foundation of the Sunshine Project. Already, the EU has at its disposal the EU space program. It has been developing and operating space infrastructures with a lot of good potential, with great potential for the civil protection community of Europe. Within this program, there are space data and services that can be used for observation, for monitoring, for mapping, and for public warning, some vital activities for civil protection and disaster management. And of course, these applications through the EU space program for safety and security are expanding and developing fast. So what is the best way to make use of those space capabilities in a time of crisis? This is the other question that, on top of the fundamental ones, this is the other question that the Sunshine Project aims to answer. And to do it, it follows three main objectives. The first is to present and demonstrate the EU space services. And secondly, to help the civil protection community understand what they can do and how to use those EU space services and data. At the same time, the third objective is to support the operational integration of the EU space services into national systems and procedures, allowing them to become a fully integrated part of operations on a daily basis. At its core, the project will strengthen the resilience of EU member states through dedicated trainings and exercises on the use of the EU space services. The Sunshine Project Consortium is comprised of the organizations that you see here. This is where the Sunshine experts are from, their work, let's say, all of them experts in their fields and in what they will present. Now, let's have a quick look at the Sunshine trainings. The trainings are a core part of the Sunshine Project. It's the way with which the project aims to help civil protection authorities learn how to use and how to access the EU space data and services. So there are four main training activities: the seminars, the webinars, the bilateral meetings, and the exercises. There are 4 seminars in total. 3 of them 5 webinars, 3 of which are training webinars like the one today, and 2 are communication webinars. There is 1 bilateral meeting for each EU member state, so 27 meetings in total, and lastly, 2 simulation exercises. We're going to see all of these activities one by one in a second. But first, who are these Sunshine trainings for? The target audience of the Sunshine Project in terms of the training comes from the civil protection community, the disaster and crisis management communities, emergency services, technical experts, as well as policymakers. There's 3 categories, as you see here, 3 different categories of actors: operational and strategic. This is where civil protection, crisis and disaster management professionals are listed, as well as their responsible ministries. High-level technical knowledge actors, such as technical experts, training coordinators, technological or research institutes at the national level, and other scientific bodies that work in the sector of civil protection and crisis management. And lastly, the political and coordination actors, policymakers at its core on a national and local level, decision makers, as well as international and European organizations and NGOs. This composes the audience for the trainings. And now we get to see the trainings one by one. Starting off with the seminars, these are our more in-depth trainings that are taking place over 4 days. Throughout those 4 days, the training focuses on the EU space components and their applications for crisis management. We go through everything in great detail to help the participants understand how they're used, when they are used, and what is the best way to integrate them into your national procedures. The seminars follow a train-the-trainer approach that helps us ensure accuracy, relevance, and replicability. So at the end of the training, participants are able to replicate what they've learned within their own teams and pass on that knowledge to their own to their co-workers. Lastly, the seminars have a combination of theoretical presentations, but also practical demonstrations and exercises on the use of EU space data and services. So on top of learning the theory behind the EU space components, participants also have the opportunity to test them in exercises, in workshops, and learn how to use them. As I said earlier, there are 4 seminars in total. One of them has already taken place in November 2025 in Tallinn, Estonia. There are 3 more coming up in 2026. You can see the dates on your screen right now. The next one is in March, between the 3rd and 6th of March in Strasbourg, France. Then we're going to have 1 more in May in Timișoara, Romania, and a 4th one in late June in Zagreb, Croatia. A few important information to remember on the seminars is that registration and participation to the seminars is free, but travel and accommodation costs are not covered. They are covered by the individual participants and their organizations. The selection of the profiles is based on the expression of interest form. You can actually find this form right here in the QR code. If you scan it or if you click the link that will be available to you in the chat in a bit, you can go onto the platform, you can go onto the platform and submit your interest to participating in one of the seminars. Your information will be processed by the team. We will review your professional profile, and we will get back to you about the status of your participation as soon as possible. We encourage you to participate. We would love to see you in one of the seminars, and it's the main opportunity for in-depth training that Sunshine provides. So you'll have this link later on as well, so don't worry if you miss it now. Now, a quick look at the agenda of the seminars, taking their last 4 days. Starting at the afternoon of the first day and ending at the afternoon of the 4th. Here to break down the colors a little bit, each blue block is a theoretical presentation. So the theory behind the EU space components. And then the pink ones are the practical interactive sessions, so exercises, quizzes, and workshops. Oh, and a quick note. Okay. Moving on to the Sunshine webinars. You have joined one today, actually, and especially you've joined a training one. So the training webinars are online sessions with focused and targeted learning on specific EU space components, such as the one today, where we're going to learn about Galileo. Earlier in the morning, we learned about the Copernicus Emergency Management Service drought observatory and other exposure mapping. The presentations are made by experts of the Sunshine Consortium who present details on the purpose, the functions, the use, and the real-world applications of those EU space assets. This is one training webinar, and there's two more coming up in the next months. The next one's going to be in the 4th of June. In this one, we're going to be focusing on the European Flood Awareness System and rapid mapping, as well as the European Forest Fire Information System and risk recovery mapping. That is FAS and FIS respectively. Earlier, I said them in full. And then in the 10th of September, the last training webinar on GovSatcom, satellite communications, and IRIS Squared. The final agenda of both webinars is TBC, and you will be able to register for them closer to the dates. Now, the communication webinars, those are more focused on boosting project visibility, promoting the training opportunities, and communicating about the project's result. So not a lot of training going on there, more so presenting about the training activities, how to join, and what you can expect from the trainings. The next communication webinar is going to take place on the 2nd of April 2026, but one has already taken place. Our first communication webinar took place on the 30th of October 2025, and you can already find the recordings as well as the slides of that webinar on the UCPKN Sunshine page. That's the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network website. All of the links relevant to this will be made available a little bit later at the end of the webinar. Or I think they're already being shared, so you can access them already. Now, moving on to the last activity that I'm going to be talking to you about, the Sunshine exercises. These exercises put theory into practice with an immersive simulation. So it's a simulation exercise that allows participants to transform the knowledge that they've gained, the theoretical knowledge that they've gained during the seminars into actions and practice using the EU space assets and tools in a realistic simulated crisis. So in that context, the participants get to collaborate with one another and make decisions in real time using real-time data, transforming their theoretical knowledge into actionable skills. This is a core part of the training as it teaches the participants how to make use of what they've learned into their operations, into their day-to-day operations and procedures, and especially more so in the case of a disaster. If you want to participate in the exercises, there's some things that you need to know. First of all, the major prerequisite actually for taking part in the exercises is to have participated in one training seminar. So you need to have successfully completed one seminar to be eligible to participate in the exercises. The exercises take place over a day and a half. And that includes some preparations and an icebreaker so that the participants get to know each other, some engaging warm-ups to prepare, and finally the simulation exercise, the actual exercise that takes place over 6 hours. There's 2 exercises planned within the scope of the Sunshine Project. Both of them are going to take place in Brussels, Belgium, specifically in the headquarters of DigiDefis. The first exercise is going to take place on between the 24th and the 25th of March 2026, and the second exercise is expected to take place in between the 6th and the 7th of October 2026. Here is our training activities calendar. So you can take a screenshot of this page if you'd like. If you'd like to keep a note of the dates of the trainings, the seminars, the webinars, as well as the exercises. This information, of course, as we said earlier, these slides will be made available at the end of this webinar, so you will be able to access this again and consult this information. But it is a good overview for when you can expect the training activities and plan around them if you are interested in taking part in one of them. So this concludes the part that the introductory part to the project and to the Sunshine training activities. I'm ready to hand over to Caroline, who is going to talk to you about Galileo for civil protection. Before that, however, I'll stop for just a moment, just in case there's any questions about the training activities. Okay, I see there are not any questions. Of course, if anything comes up in the duration of the webinar, you can leave your questions in the chat and we will be replying to them. And there will be a dedicated Q&A session at the end of this, at the end of the webinar. Okay, so Caroline, I will hand the floor to you now. You should be able to share your screen.
No, I'm not actually, Anita. It says the sharing is not activated on my side.
Okay, let me fix that very quickly then. Could you try to do it again? I think I know what happened.
Yeah, I just tried. It's the same for now.
Okay. Let me... Okay, apologies for this. Give me just a moment. How about now? I think it was blocked.
It's okay. Okay, so let me do it just again because I forgot to integrate the sounds in my sharing, which is important. Okay. I can't actually do that for now. I don't know why. I will start like this, Anita. Maybe while I start, you can maybe try to understand why I don't have the sound. Okay? Thank you for that. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Caroline Morezo-Pagnon from Telespazio. I'm very happy to be your speaker today to share the knowledge I have on Galileo and more specifically on civil protection applications of Galileo in order to cover the services that are in support to crisis management. So if I do my job properly, by the end of this session, you will be able to understand the potential of Galileo in disaster management, and you will also be able to identify the added values of the Galileo services for civil protection usage. So maybe the first question to start with is actually, what is Galileo? So, Galileo, as some of you may know, this is the European Global Navigation Satellite System. We say most of the time that it's the equivalent of the GPS, which is the American system, but for made by Europe. And so as a GNSS, it provides navigation, positioning, and timing information. The Galileo program was started by the European Union in 1998. A few years after, in 2005, the first test satellite were launched. And between 2005 and 2016, the ground infrastructure and the space segment were deployed to reach Galileo full capability. So in 2016. And starting in 2024 and for the coming years, the program is actually working on the second generation of Galileo. To start with, I would like to ask you actually one question. You will be able to react in the Zoom with reactions that you could see at the bottom of your screen. I would like those of you who think use Galileo daily to actually put a thumb up in the Zoom application. Okay, I've seen 2 now. Okay, only 2. Okay, not that much. I think we are okay. 3. I think we are around 50 connected. So that's actually very few. So only a few of you consider you use Galileo daily. What if I ask who uses GPS daily now? Okay, I see more thumbs up, much more. Okay. Well, actually, oh yeah, really much more. Actually, the message I would like to pass here is that it is quite sure actually that your smartphone, the one you actually use daily, already embeds a Galileo chipset, which means that when you actually use, I don't know, Google Maps or Waze or whatever to navigate from your work to your house, you use Galileo already. And the point is you actually do it without even knowing it. So if you want to check whether your smartphone is already compatible with Galileo, you can actually scan this QR code or go to this link and check whether your phone is compatible. But if you bought it after 2022 in Europe, it should be. Now, let's take a look to the different Galileo services that are either operational or nearly operational. So if we have a quick look, we will have some services which are dedicated to high accuracy, which is called high accuracy service. We have the open service, which is a service that is used daily by most of us. We have the search and rescue. We have OSNMA, navigation message authentication. We have signal authentication service, emergency warning satellite service, and public regulated service. As I said before, today we will be focusing on the services that really apply to civil protection. And today we will see the one in blue. And to start with, I will actually start speaking about Galileo service that allows to warn the population and that allows to create a robust link to alert the citizens. And this service is Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service. I've been actually working on this service for around 6 years now, I think. And really, I consider myself to be very lucky to work on this service because it's very interesting, and I hope you will find it as interesting as I do. So let's take a quick look at the agenda for this specific service. First of all, we will have a general presentation of Galileo EWSS. Then we will see how it works. We will have a dedicated time to application, to fire use case, and then we will see why Galileo allows a robust link to warn the citizen. And as I said before, I will start with a general presentation of the service. And the best way to start with actually is by sharing with you an official video made by the European Commission, which is about explaining the high-level principle of the service. So if you want, you have a link here, and as well as you can scan the QR code. And Anita, I wanted to know whether I could try again to share the sound of my computer.
Yeah, try again if you're able to do it. I think I fixed the mistake.
Okay. No, I can't do it. Do you think maybe you could share a slide for me with the sound?
Yes, let me do that then. I'm sorry about that. I thought it was fixed. Unfortunately, it actually doesn't let me do it either. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no worries. I can comment live.
I think you should, yeah, but please go ahead and do that so that we don't lose any time. And in the meantime, I will try to find it, to find exactly what the problem is and fix it. I'm sorry about this.
Okay, no worries. I think I've seen it more than 100 times. I might be able to comment the video. So sorry for that. I will launch the video and try to make the comments. And of course, we invite you to take a look afterwards to the official speech around the video. So here you can see a woman with his child in a coastal area, and it seems like there is an earthquake ongoing. And the woman sees that there is actually no more 4G communication. So the network is down due to this disaster. And so for sure, in a coastal area after an earthquake, there is a risk of a tsunami. So you see that the national authority of this country will actually trigger Galileo ground segment to send an alert to the population via satellite. And even if there is no network, the woman is allowed to receive the alert on the phone and to actually see an instruction associated to the alert, which in this case was something like go on top, go on high heels to protect yourself. So this is actually one very interesting use case of Galileo EWSS, which is demonstrated in this video. But actually, what we could wonder now is why is Galileo such a good alerting channel? First of all, Galileo, which was originally built to be a navigation constellation, is made of 29 satellites today, which are in medium Earth orbits, making that if you see in the middle of the picture, on top of every point on the Earth, you will always have at least 4 Galileo satellites in view. And each of these satellites, being actually very far from the Earth, has a wide visibility on the Earth, meaning that the footprint of a Galileo satellite signal is wide. So it makes Galileo actually global. It is secured because the ground and satellite infrastructure are secured and redundant. It is reliable, and it is available anytime and anywhere. So now we can ask, who are EWSS users? So actually we can see 2 main categories of EWSS users. The first category is the category that will actually use the service to warn the population, and these are EU member state civil protection authorities. These authorities will create and publish Galileo Alert. They will be involved in the creation of the national libraries of instructions to be shared with the citizens, and they will actually also establish the service usage for their own country. I just want to ask to the audience by again raising a thumb up, if some of you who are connected consider themselves as being part of this first category. I don't see any thumbs up. No worries. If you are not from the first category, you are 100% sure in the second one, because the EWSS users are actually all European citizens. Because when the service is operational, you will actually receive Galileo alert messages, and you will be notified of instruction on how to react according to the crisis event. Now, if we take a look at the roadmap to reach the operational Galileo EWSS, today we actually are during what we call the pilot phase. So what is a pilot phase? The pilot phase is a phase during which a first version of the ground segment is ready to offer national authorities the possibility to experiment the service and to discover its capabilities. This pilot phase started a few years ago. I think it was 2024, for sure 2025. A few member states already took the chance to participate to the pilot phase, and it will last until April 2026. Then, while the pilot phase are ongoing, the engineers and European Union, USPA, are working together to make the service actually fully operational. But there is a first step, which is to reach the initial services that would allow actually the start of the operation of the service by authorized users. And this initial service declaration is foreseen today for June 2026. So in a few months only. While the initial services are deployed, there is also a work to be done to reach the full operational capacity of the service, and this is actually foreseen for September 2027. So as you can see, this is not science fiction, it is coming very, very soon. Now, I'm done with the general presentation of Galileo EWSS, and I will continue with an explanation of how this service actually works in practice. So the first step in all of this will always be the creation of an alert. So, as you can see, this little man representing a EU member state civil protection authority will be made aware at some point that there is an incoming danger, and one authorized operator will be able to securely connect to an alert platform to create an alert. In this slide, you can see on the right-hand side that there is a screenshot of actually the alert platform, which is already available for the pilot phase, and in which a civil protection authority is already able to create an alert. As you can see here, there is a possibility to create an alert in two different ways. The first way is to start from a blank template, meaning that the authority would actually select parameter by parameter to create an alert. Or there is a possibility to load what we call a cap file to preload information in the platform and gain time. And I will explain just in a minute what is a cap file. So, what is CAP? Maybe you knew already about it. If you're part of the civil protection community, you must certainly have already heard about the CAP. So CAP stands for Common Alerting Protocol, and it is a standard. This standard is actually based on a format which is widely used and known by everyone, which is XML format. And it allows to exchange actually all hazard emergency alerts and public warnings. You can have here on the left side an example of a CAP file, and you will see many parameters that actually made quite sense for an alert. So, for instance, the category of the alert, which would be meteorological, a type of event, which is in that case a thunderstorm, this kind of information. So if you want to know more about CAP standard, you can go to the QR code or you can click to the link. I don't know if my colleagues have put it in the chat, but I think they will do it now otherwise. And so, as I mentioned, this is one way to actually create a Galileo alert. It is to load this kind of format into the alert platform. But now that I've spoken of the CAP, I have to speak about another format, which is actually the format of the Galileo alert itself. This format is called CAMF, looking like CAP, more or less, but it stands for Common Alerts Message Format. This format defines the Galileo alert and is also available open source in the internet. You can find via QR code or via the URL here. Actually, brand new version of the document, which was edited only this December. And so the specificity around Galileo EWSS is that the alert message is encoded into only 122 bits, meaning 122 zeros and ones only. And with that very small amount of bits, so very small bandwidth, we actually provide a lot of parameters to define an alert. So we actually can provide the type of message, the country and the provider of the alert, the type of hazard. Is it a fire? Is it a storm? An instruction to react, an area corresponding to the alert area, which is the area affected by the disaster, and categories of specific settings to add more information to your alert. So as an authority, you will actually find in the CAMF all the feeds you need to define clearly an alert message. And the interesting point is that while defining Galileo EWSS, a job was done to ensure compatibility between the two formats, being the CAP format, the standard format, mostly used in Europe, and the CAMF. Still, you might have understood that there are a few differences. And the main differences are written here. So on the left side, concerning the CAP, well, actually, it is mainly free text. And you might have understood that with only 122 bits in the CAMF, so in Galileo, we can actually never use free text. We can only use predefined values. Another main difference is that in the CAP standard, the alert areas are defined as polygons or circles or geocodes. While in the CAMF, we had to find, let's say, a very condensed way to provide an alert area, and the best solution that was found was to use an ellipse. And we can see an example just here. So it's an example of one CAP file that was injected in the Galileo alert platform, and in which you can see in black drawn a polygon. So this black polygon is actually the one that was provided in the initial CAP file put into the platform. And what you can see in red is actually the Galileo alert area computed automatically by the platform itself, and which corresponds to this area, polygon area, as an input. So as you can see, with an ellipse, we are able to cover the whole polygon. And there are the red area, which were not in the initial alert area. But this is an efficient way with a very limited number of bits, a very limited bandwidth. We can encode a quite precise alert area with an ellipse. On top of alert areas, Galileo offers possibility to custom each alert. So when creating an alert with Galileo, a civil protection authority will have the possibility to pick one of these 4 custom alerts, let's say. So the first one, the one to the left, is the one that is used by default, is the authority decides to do nothing special with the other ones. It is to use actually to have an improved resolution for this alert area that we mentioned before. This is the option by default. Then there is a possibility to actually provide as an information to the citizens the center of the hazard. So this is a second one here, and this is drawn in this view by this yellow triangle. The views you see here are actually screenshots of an application, mobile application that was developed to display to a citizen a Galileo alert. The third option is actually to create what we call a secondary ellipse, meaning that there is an ellipse on top of the main one. So this is a yellow one in this map, for which a dedicated instruction is applicable, meaning that a citizen that would be in the secondary ellipse would receive a specific instruction. Mainly, most of the time, the common use case is to provide vigilance instruction. And while the citizen that would be in the main ellipse would receive a different instruction, but still using only one message. So it provides flexibility to the Civil Protection Authority to alert the citizens. And the last possibility is to actually provide more information on the hazard itself by providing information, additional information, like for instance, the level of fire risk, the height of a wave for a tsunami, the speed of the wind for a storm, this kind of information. And actually, this is an exclusive choice, meaning that when creating an alert, an authority will have to pick one of the settings and only one. So what we just said is that there is actually a limited bandwidth to encode the Galileo alert. But the point is that to make it work, to allow a lot of information to pass through this channel, some very rich libraries have been built. And these libraries actually provide multiple informations. So for each member state, there will be a library dedicated to define the providers of an alert. So 32 will be defined per member state. Then there will be libraries dedicated to instructions, and we have the possibility to use 2 different libraries. The one we call international, which will be made available to all the member states. And also, on top of that, each member state will have the possibility to create their own national library for instructions, which makes actually a lot of possible combinations, because each library of instruction will provide two different lists of 32 instructions each that will be combined, plus actually a dedicated library for the secondary ellipse we mentioned just before, which makes a lot of possible combinations. And also, it is important to notice the fact that each library will be, of course, translated into the 25 official language of the EU. So, in theory, how would you react if you were receiving this information on your smartphone? So as you can see here, this is Portuguese. Okay, I know a few words of Portuguese. I understand this is about a fire because it looks a lot like French. So I know this is something about maybe a forest fire, and I understand something is happening, but well, I don't speak Portuguese. Well, the point is actually the language for notification will be determined on terminal side. And the user terminal will read the official translated libraries that will be already stored in the device itself. Meaning that, well, if I'm an English person and my phone is configured to be in English, what will be displayed to me is the second one you see here, which is in English. And so I understand and I can apply the guidance. So the message I want to pass here is whatever the language, official language of the country in which you are, then the language of alert notification can be configured and will be configured for each terminal. Now, let's try to understand a bit more what is the actual travel of a Galileo alert from its creation to its notification to a citizen. So, as always, the first step will be that hazard is detected. So, for instance, we can consider meteorological agency detects a storm is coming in a country. The Civil Protection Authority will be made aware of this coming disaster and will decide to use Galileo to create an alert. So, as I mentioned before, the Civil Protection Authority would connect to the alert platform and create, either by filling a blank form or by loading a CAP file, it will create an alert. When it will be happy with the result, it will publish this alert, and this alert will be sent to the Galileo ground segment. Then the ground segment will process this alert and relay it to the ground antennas, relaying it to the satellites. Actually, this schematic is accurate because for each alert, 2 satellites will be selected for each broadcast. And so now satellites will only have to broadcast the alert to the ground. And you can see here, we have a user terminal, which is actually inside the alert area. So which is actually concerned by the disaster and will notify the alert. So if you are in possession of this terminal and you are inside the alert area, you will be notified, and you will be notified with as well some guidance to react. And now speaking of latency, so what we can also call time to alert delivery, actually from alert creation and publication by a civil protection authority and the time the alert is delivered on the ground and so potentially notified by a terminal, we have the following latency. For what we call the high priority alert, the time to alert delivery will be within 1 minute. And for nominal priority alert, it will be within 10 minutes. So since the moment I started this slide, actually, it's now 55 seconds already I've been speaking. Imagine what I just showed before, the travel of the Galileo alert from an HMI on a computer somewhere, through Galileo ground infrastructures, through the satellites, and then through the Earth, under a minute for high priority alert, which is very fast. So we've been through the two first parts of my presentation on Galileo EWSS, and we will go now into let's say a more concrete application around fire, and the reason why we propose to make a focus on fire is because in the frame of the Sunshine project, we've been defining some reference disasters, which will be our reference study cases for most of the EU space services. And so one, let's say, very big disaster that occurred in Europe in the recent years, we've identified the wildfires that took place in Portugal in September 2024. And so for you to understand the following application on how a civil protection could have used Galileo to send alert messages to the population based on this kind of event, I will give you a few details about these reference disasters. So, this fire caused at least 7 fatalities and over 160 injuries. At least 54 people were displaced. This information we got from DG Eco Daily Map. And a lot, actually a very big area of the Portugal was unfortunately burnt, including the loss of approximately 300 hectares of forest and agricultural land, and the destruction of thousands of houses. And you can see these very sad pictures at the bottom of this slide. So actually, an image taken from the Earth observation, European Earth observation system Copernicus, in which we can see the smoke produced by this wildfire. We can see a house destroyed, and the fires in Civerdovoga. Sorry for my accent. So this is for you to understand the intensity and the gravity of this disaster. So now let's imagine that we actually are civil protection authorities facing this disaster. Of course, all I'm about to say is only inspired by this reference disaster, and it's only fictional. So let's go back to September the 14th in 2024, and the Civil Protection Authority, so local authorities, in the Aveiro region, detect several wildfires in Portugal. The Civil Protection Authority will be made aware of this hazard as a form of the CAP file, which we can see only some portions of it, it's not complete, but we can see a portion of the CAP file received by Portuguese Civil Protection Authority. So we can see here that we are facing a fire and more precisely, a forest fire, with a severity put to severe, so that you know there are 3 levels of severity possible: moderate, severe, and extreme. So this is the middle value here. And there is actually some details about this danger. The fact that some residents have been affected, and actually an instruction, which is an instruction about forest fire danger and that the fire may develop and spread rapidly. So using this CAP file, the Civil Protection Authority will actually inject it into the platform we saw together a few minutes ago. And while loading this CAP file, the following result will appear to the Civil Protection Authority. It is here. So the CAP file has been injected in the platform, and the Civil Protection Authority has made necessary changes to it. And so you can see actually the same parameters. So these are parameters of Galileo alert, for real. And you can see the event category is a fire. We have more detail about the fire because it's a forest fire. And so this is, let's say, kind of a warning message at first, because the authority considers the severity is only 2 of the 3 level, and that it is more of a vigilance. So under these conditions, fire may develop and spread rapidly. Do not throw away any burning cigarettes, this kind of message. So, as I explained just before, the authority will publish this alert into Galileo, and it would be broadcasted by satellites and received by affected citizens. But unfortunately, a few hours after that, the wildfires expand significantly, making the situation way even more critical than it was expected at the beginning. And so the Civil Protection Authority decided to use one of the capacity of Galileo EWSS, which I did not mention before, which is to update an alert. So, meaning to provide corrections to an alert that was already published. And so the Civil Protection Authority decided to actually this time not only provide vigilance, but ask for an evacuation. And you will see the changes in this new alert. So first, you can see that something has changed here. The message type is no more initial alert, but it's an update. Then the severity has been increased to its maximum level, which is now extreme. You can see as well that the instruction has changed, because now the instruction is an evacuation instruction. And you may have noticed as well that the alert area, which is here, is actually bigger than it was before. So again, the Civil Protection Authority will decide to publish this alert so that it is received and notified to the citizens that are concerned by the disaster. And we can expect that the citizen would apply the guidance, which was to evacuate. Fortunately, after a few days, the fires are under control by the fire brigades, and it is time for national authority to send what in Galileo EWSS we call a all clear message to the citizens, which is actually to say that the danger is no more ongoing and that the situation is back to normal. So the Civil Protection Authority will actually decide to update again the previous alert and send this time a all clear message. And as you can see, the guidance to react has changed again to inform the citizens that this time the conditions have improved and that they are no longer expected to meet the alert criteria. And what do I have next? Forgot the animations. Oops. Okay. So what we just saw together in this 3-step is that a civil protection authority is able to create an initial alert based on the information the authority has at the beginning of the event. And if the situation evolves, or if the Civil Protection Authority receives additional information, Galileo offers the possibility to update an alert multiple times and to finally all clear this alert. And this is a concept we call an alert chain, meaning that all these successive alerts are part of the same event, are all linked together. And on the terminal side, the citizen will only see the last valid version of an alert type, meaning when the event is finished, for instance, only the all clear message will be displayed to the citizen. Well, I hope this clarified, let's say, a sequence, a basic sequence, how a civil protection authority can use Galileo EWSS in a fire disaster. Of course, we are mentioning today only one use case because we don't have time to cover all of them. But if you participate to the seminars, you will be able to discover much more use cases. Okay, I am reaching the last part of my presentation on Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service. And this time I will, now that you are experts on Galileo EWSS, how it works, and how it can be used by an authority to manage a fire use case, we will try to understand together why Galileo is such a robust link to warn citizens. So, the first information, and this is really important to understand this, actually Galileo EWSS provides a complementary channel to existing national public warning systems. So, as you know, EU member states already all have national public warning systems. So, for instance, I'm a French girl. In France, this is what we would call a fair alert. It is sub-broadcast based and it's operational already. So what is really important here is that every authority will decide case by case whether to use Galileo on top of national public warning system or instead of this alerting channel according to the situation. And we will have a look in a few minutes about which cases could be the use of Galileo could be, let's say, a real added value compared to national public warning system. And actually, it is the next slide. No suspense, no more. Yes, one of the key added value of Galileo as an alerting channel is the fact that it is robust to ground network disruptions. So let's imagine in our fire use case, it is quite possible that the 4G towers, for instance, building the cellular network of an area is destroyed by the fire itself, or that the power could be disrupted for any reason. Well, in that case, let's say genuine classical alerting channels could have issues because, for instance, if you mention cell broadcast, it is based on cellular network, so it would be disrupted, while the satellites will still be operational and still able to reach the smartphones and also all actually Galileo receivers that are embedded in, let's say, fixed devices. And we see here with the little green logos that if the power, general power, let's say, it is disrupted, there is a possibility for fixed terminals to be power supplied by other means than, let's say, ground power, like batteries or this kind of systems. A few words about the terminals that will be compatible with Galileo EWSS. So Galileo EWSS was built to be targeting at first what we call mass market devices. In other words, we can say smartphones, basically. So here you can see in this slide, this woman, she's holding her smartphone and she sees Galileo alert notification on the phone. So this is an example of how a Galileo EWSS alert could be displayed to a citizen on a smartphone. This is a prototype that has been developed in the frame of the project. And actually, this type of application will be made available by EWSS to be used by member states that need it. But okay, now that we've said that the first target are mass market devices, the important thing to understand is that all the devices that actually embed a Galileo chipset, what I mean by chipset is, you can see a picture here, it's a, let's say, a chip, a little chip. This is very small, it can be embedded in many, many electronic devices. So all the devices that embed a Galileo chipset are potential EWSS compatible terminals. And so it makes a lot of possibilities. And speaking of possibilities, we would like to focus on two specific devices that could actually become very common Galileo EWSS compatible terminals, which are what we will call the speakers or the siren, and you will see afterwards digital panels. And actually, again, Anita, now I would need the sound in this video.
Yes, we've been having some trouble actually with this. Could you try now with
Yes.
sharing the screen and let me know if it works?
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Phew. All right. Good.
Okay. So, what we would like to show to you now is actually the result of some work that was done in a project funded by the European Union under EWSS program, and this project is called AWARE. And the AWARE project main objective was to actually make, let's say, already operational and common alerting systems compatible with Galileo EWSS. And the first use case that was actually prototyped and demonstrated was a speaker, a long-range acoustic speaker. And you will see in a minute an extract of a video which shows the speaker speaking Galileo alert in English and this was done during the demonstration that took place in Slovenia. So I will launch the video and discuss after.
Please pay attention to the following announcement. Flood with severe risk to people and property. Check with the weather services and local authorities for additional information.
So it was a short one, but it's actually very interesting to actually hear a Galileo alert. This speaker we can see here was developed by a company called Genesis, and we had to make some adjustments so that, you know, the guidance is not provided as a raw sentence, but embedded in a template. So you may have noticed at the beginning, please pay attention to the following announcement, making people like ready to actually hear the guidance. So sirens are already compatible and operational devices to provide Galileo alerts. And this actually would come as a complement to smartphones and mass market devices. Another very interesting use case was also demonstrated in the frame of the OA project. It is actually the display of Galileo alerts in digital panels. This was the second use case of the project, and it was successfully demonstrated that it was possible to integrate a Galileo EWSS compatible module into a digital panel and to have Galileo alerts displayed in the panels. So we have two different examples here taken on the very same demonstration, which took place in France this time. On the left side, you can see it is in French, but actually the instructions were provided in several languages alternatively. But here I can translate it for you. It is an alert for a thunderstorm with a level of severity which is severe, so second on the 3 possibility scales. And this is let's say, kind of a vigilance message saying, keep informed, follow meteorological information, potential damages to human and equipment could be foreseen. And actually, a second event was demonstrated during this demonstration. It was about dangerous goods transportation accident in a highway near the location of the demonstration. And you can see the color coding is different because in that case, red has been used instead of orange. This is actually because the severity for this one is extreme, so maximum level. And the instruction for this one was actually to avoid moving and using your car to not disrupt search and rescue activities by security forces. So these are two very interesting examples of Galileo alerts display on digital panels. And yeah, you could imagine tomorrow walking on the street and being alerted by this kind of device. Well, that was actually my last slide, sorry, on EWSS. And do not worry, you will have more of me in a few minutes on another topic. But I wanted to tell you that within these 55 minutes, let's say, we've seen a lot already about EWSS, but there is actually much more to learn about it. And if you join one of the seminars, you will be able to discover much more, as I said, and more specifically, you would be able to actually discover a detailed alert creation process. You will be able to discover also the concept of notifications, because I have been very brief about this in this presentation, but there are actually some very precise rules for an alert to be notified to a citizen, and not only being inside the alert area, it is much complex than this. And you will also discover possible synergies with other EU space components in support to the disaster management, and for instance, a synergy with Copernicus EMS. So, I think it's time for the break. Maybe I can give you the floor, Anita. I don't know if we can take questions now or...
There has been only one question in the Q&A. Both the questions in the chat have been answered by Charlie. Just to respect maybe the coffee break, I would say we can take the questions later, but to transfer the question from the Q&A box, because I think it might have been covered already. Will Galileo messaging facilitate CAP messages and distributions?
Okay, if I understand the question, it is whether Galileo EWSS will allow the distribution of CAP-contained information. So, as I said before, Galileo Alert Platform is compatible with the CAP format and is able to inject information of the CAP inside actually a Galileo alert message. There are a few parameters that might be that has to be translated, because you've seen there are differences between the CAP and the CAMF, but still the two formats are compatible, and the same information are present in both formats. So yeah, Galileo will provide, let's say, key information from a CAP file, because it was made to be compatible with it. I hope this answers the question.
Okay. Thank you. And now we have an influx of questions in the chat. So I will, well, how would you prefer? Would you prefer to take them after the coffee break so that we can gather all of the questions maybe and then deal with them all at the same time?
Okay.
Okay. So a quick a quick break of 5 minutes. Feel free to add any more questions that you may have about this topic, and we can address them when we're back in 5 minutes. So see you all at 3. Okay, we are back, aren't we?
Yes.
Amazing. There are a few questions in the chat. So as everybody is coming back and settling back in for the rest of the webinar, I'd like to remind everyone that if you would like to speak your question and but I mean orally instead of writing it, please raise your hand. Zoom mutes you by default, but I can turn on your mic for the opportunity to speak if you would prefer to do it that way. But of course, the chat is a very viable option too. So just so you are aware, that is also an option for you if you would prefer to do it that way. Maybe I can transfer to you, Caroline, some questions that are in the chat. This is a question from Bram. Is it in scope that in the future we can use Galileo messages in national alerting systems and architecture and within our national alerting app?
Okay, thank you, Bram, for the question. It's actually a very interesting question indeed. And the answer is yes. Actually, we member states will be encouraged to integrate Galileo EWSS as an additional channel to their own national alerting system. Actually depends on the member states. We've already had discussion with some member states. Some of them would like to have separate platforms, but most of them would like to integrate it into already operational platform. And yes, this is foreseen. And as per the national alerting application, same answer. Yes, it will be possible that you integrate into your own national alerting application the necessary algorithm, let's say, to decode Galileo alerts on top of your already operational alerting channels. And we actually provide, in the frame of Sunshine, a support to EWSS uptake to some of the member states who would be interested in that. So if you're interested, if you are concerned with this topic, you can actually write an email to our Sunshine email address, and we could discuss this topic further.
That's right. You'll be able to see how you can contact the Sunshine team at the end of the webinar. All of our email addresses, as well as who to contact for which topic, will be available to you. Then we have a question from Eric. Can I use EWSS if I am the mayor of a city? So I guess this is the opportunity to explain who can use it.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for that question. It's actually a very interesting question. If you remember earlier in my presentation, I mentioned the fact that for each member state, there will be 32 providers allowed actually to send Galileo alerts per member state. And so it is actually not that easy to answer to your question because it depends on the member state and how they will decide to structure their users as alerting authority. So some countries may decide to give access to mayors, some of them may not, depending on maybe the way the country is structured in terms of civil protection management. Is it only one authority for the full country? Is it a lot of them? So no strong answer here, but a mayor is a good candidate to send alerts for sure.
Okay, I think we lost you there for a couple of seconds, but it should be okay now.
Sorry, where did I stop?
It's kind of hard to tell, but the takeaway is that yes, possibly you could use it if.
I can repeat very briefly.
Yeah.
I was saying it depends on each member state. It is on each member state to define to define the architecture of the providers they want to define for their own country. And so depending on the structure of the country, whether there is only one alerting authority for the whole country or a lot of them, it is something to be studied by each member state to define providers of alert. But I was saying Meyer could be good candidates, of course.
Okay, great. Now we have a couple more questions from Zoltan. Is it possible to receive the Galileo EWSS if you're on a plane, if you're flying over the broadcast area?
Okay, so actually there are three things under this question. The first thing is, if you're on a plane, navigating on a plane, you should be in flight mode, right? So no connection with a cellular network no more, which is okay for Galileo EWSS because you do not need connectivity to receive a Galileo alert. So you could receive it, but a plane is made of, I would say, metallic shield, and by nature, GNSS is not that strong to cross this kind of material. So potentially you could receive it by the window, but windows are very small in planes, but still I think it is possible. And another thing I wanted to react on the question is that you would not actually receive the alert only if you fly through the broadcasted area, but you would receive it if you are in the footprint of a Galileo satellite, which is big if you remember what I said before. So most certainly you will receive it, but going through the alert area, you will be notified of it because you would, let's say, check notification rules, one of which being inside the area. So a lot of conditions to fulfill for it to work, but not impossible.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that either. Now there is a question. If the I'm assuming it means if the Galileo WSS, the signal can be transmitted from aggregators or redistributors such as Meteo Alarm. I'm assuming this is a meteorological platform when the situation is extreme.
Okay, thank you, Philippe, for your question. If I understand your question correctly, you asked whether Galileo alerts can be transmitted without going through a civil protection authority, and you say automatically. So in the concept defining Galileo EWSS today, this is not actually envisaged to have full automatical process. That's not your question. Okay, sorry, maybe I misunderstood your question. Just finishing the sentence I started. A human validation will always be necessary for a Galileo alert to be published. So in no situation, automatically sending it would be envisaged in the concept of the service. So do you want maybe to take the floor, Philippe, to clarify?
Oh, I can read them.
Yeah, I have it in front of me. I asked if the Galileo system can send the aggregator's message automatically. Meteo Alarm receives a message from the national authority. Actually, in the concept of the service, the alert should always come from an authorized national authority. So if within a country, a meteorological body is defined as an official Galileo EWSS alert provider, it could be envisaged. But again, the word automatically here is not applicable to Galileo EWSS because in any case, a human validation will always be necessary. I hope I answered your question, Philippe. Okay.
All right, and then we have one last question, and then we can move on to the rest of the presentation. One last question from Akos. How can we ensure that civil protection authorities can access the Galileo Alert platform also in case of a blackout, when there is no internet, no signal? Can they access the platform over a satellite link?
It's actually a very fair point, Akos, because as I said before, in case of some disasters, either the power supply or the network, so 4G, the internet in general, let's say, would be no more available. So it's a fair point to point out that to actually publish an alert in Galileo, internet is needed in the end. So to answer your question, it is actually possible to equip, let's say, the Civil Protection Authority headquarters with a satellite link to provide internet connectivity in the end and to allow the publication of an alert.
Okay, I think that is all the questions for now. I would say hold on to your questions for the Q&A session at the end of this, just so we can stay on time. But very interesting questions, I have to say. Caroline, the floor is back to you. Go on.
Okay. So yes, it's me again. Because now that we've spoken on about Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service, we will now address another service of Galileo, which is quite useful for civil protection application as well, and which is about accuracy. So how to ensure accuracy of a Galileo position, velocity, timing information. Yes, PVT stands for position, velocity, and time. So we will see more of this just now. So the first question we should answer is, what is actually accuracy? What do we call accuracy? A simple definition of accuracy in GNSS would be how close to the computed position is how close is the computed position to the true position. And an easy way to see that is that I will show you actually in a few slides what I mean by true position. Sorry, I'm just missing my slide view. Give me a second, sorry for that. I will stop sharing for just 1 second. Okay. Better. Sorry for the interruption. So, what is actually HAS? So, Galileo High Accuracy Service. For high accuracy service, we are back, let's say, to the, genuine services of Galileo, which are about providing a position, velocity, and timing information. In this scheme here, you can see, let's say, a part of the Galileo infrastructure and how it provides position, velocity, and time to Galileo terminals. So exactly as per Galileo EWSS, we do have a ground segment which provides and computes and provides what we call navigation data. Navigation data are forwarded to satellites that would actually broadcast it to the ground. The receivers that are deployed to the ground will use these navigation data to actually derive their own position. We would need a lot of time to explain how GNSS works in general and how Galileo works for PVT computation, but the principle is based on trilateration and the fact that the terminal computes its own position, knowing the position of the different satellites transmitting data to it. So these are actually what we call navigation data. And so this is the basic of Galileo for navigation. But when we speak of HAS, we actually speak of a service that allows the sending of corrections on top of navigation basic data that allow the receiver to estimate an accurate positioning solution in real time. And with HAS, these correction data are sent to the user terminal either by satellite, so in the signal in space, or by the internet. These are two possibilities to collect, let's say, for a receiver, high accuracy service corrections. And so in the end, the user terminal will receive this data and be able to compute a more accurate position. And so, for instance, when we speak of accuracy with HAS, we here have a schematic that allows to understand as well the definition of the accuracy I provided a few slides ago. So here we have a receiver, and let's imagine this is the true receiver position. With the blue information, which is without high accuracy service, the average accuracy of Galileo is around 5 meters. When we say average accuracy, of course, it is very dependent on the environment, meaning masking conditions, this kind of environment conditions. And so it is an average. But we can say that without HAS, we have an average of 5 meter accuracy with Galileo. And you can see what it means is that this Galileo receiver, which is actually exactly here, will compute its own position as being here, or here, or here, within a 5 meter cycle around its true position. Thanks to HAS, actually, and thanks to the corrections provided, either in signal in space or by the internet, the receiver will be able to compute its position within 20 centimeters away from the true position. And this is what you can see here with the orange crosses. With HAS, the receiver will be able to compute its own position, being either here, here, or here, but much closer, actually, to the true position. And this is how we illustrate improved accuracy thanks to HAS. So now the question is, you might think, wow, it's wonderful. How can I access this service? Actually, you would need a specific receiver to be able to use the service. Because the corrections are provided free of charge, but there is a need for specific receivers. HAS receivers are, let's say, more expensive than basic Galileo receivers, and the cost is around thousands of euros. And of course, I will not, let's say, promote any brand during this webinar, but USPA is maintaining a list of HAS capable receiver. And if you're interested, and if you would like to procure one of these receivers, you can take a look at this list either by flashing the QR code or by accessing the website with the URL provided here. So I just explained what is HAS, but we are not in the topic, which is why is it an interesting service for civil protection? Here you can find a diagram also available on USPA website about the applications of fire accuracy service. As you can see, there are many applications, but today in Sunshine, of course, we always make a focus on civil protection use case, and so we would be more inside this application around safety of live applications. And if we take a look, here we have dangerous good transportation, personal protection, search and rescue, emergency services, this kind of applications. But again, to make it very concrete for you, we wanted to take more concrete and more detailed examples. And that's why we did kind of the same job as we did for EWSS to apply to fire use case. So in case of fire, how would HAS be of interest for which, let's say, job and for which mission? So we've identified, based on a report made by USPA again, a set of teams that would be potentially happy to have more accuracy in their missions thanks to HAS. The first team we've envisaged is firefighter brigade, which would actually conduct intervention on site and which would position with more accuracy thanks to HAS the different members of its own team for their safety. Speaking of aircraft, we would have an accurate monitoring and assessment of the fires because surveillance aircraft would cover the area affected by the fire and be able to accurately geolocate the delineation of the fire. As would do drones with cartography, and precise positioning would allow to make precise cartography of the ongoing fire. Let's take a step behind. We were actually on the scene, on the spot. For what concerns the commandment center, which would be not on the spot, but they would actually need information about what's happening on site for coordination of the units. And so having a precise location of the assets, can be aircraft, can be drones, can be fire trucks, can be firefighters. They would have an accurate information on all these assets' position. And for post-event recovery, when the fire is over, it would be as well very useful to have an accurate positioning information to assess the damages, like for instance to assess the extent of the fire print on a forest or this kind of information. So these are good examples of how HAS could support civil protection application for a fire use case. But there are many other applications for which HAS could be of added value. And some of them we could quote. For instance, here we have another use case, which is a flood event, which took place in Setia in 2024. And in that case, we could mention the rescuer precise positioning. So again, it is about knowing exactly where are the civil protection people deployed on the field, as well as to geolocate some assets, and maybe as well in case of road transportation disruption or destruction to allow precise food dropping. And there are much more, of course, possible applications. These are only a few. but you would find a lot of interesting information in European Commission and USPA website if you're interested to know more about potential application. That was my last slide on HAS. I don't know if we take questions now or if we wait. Is there any question in the chat, Anita?
No, there are no questions, but once again, if there are any questions, feel free to raise your hand or type them in the chat.
Otherwise, I could give the floor to Vincent for another very interesting Galileo service. And so, yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, so I will stop talking now.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vincent Campagne, working as a GNSS expert at FDC. And I'm very happy to be part of the Sunshine project. And today we'll talk a bit about Galileo against cyber attacks. So we've seen very useful services that are provided by Galileo, and we'll see now how they are secured and how they are resilient against cyber attacks. Perhaps, Caroline, I can share my screen. Could be easier. Just not this one. Okay. It should be okay now. So now that we're talking about cyber attacks, so what kind of attacks are we actually talking about? What is the security threat today on GNSS? Again, shortly, GNSS means Global Navigation Satellite Systems. So think, of course, the European system Galileo, or I don't know, like the American system GPS that you all know as well. So today, GNSS receivers are vulnerable to fake signals. Fake signals, so I mean fake satellite signals that would be emitted from the ground by a malicious user. These fake signals could mislead a receiver about its position. They could even contain fake emergency warning messages. So I let you imagine, we all know, or we all can imagine how bad it would be and how that could lead to a disaster in itself, having a fake alert message being broadcasted over a major city. So this is why we have to take this matter very seriously. And just shortly, because I may use that term from time to time, the emission of fake GNSS signals is called a spoofing attack. So this is an attack conducted on a GNSS receiver by emitting fake signals, like our very bad guy here in the slide is doing. So this threat of fake signals emission is constantly and rapidly growing today. So we will go through the QR codes together. No need to scan them for now. So first of all, why is it growing so fast? First, the cost of a spoofing attack is actually decreasing more and more year after year. Today, we can use devices like these ones. That's not an ad, but this kind of devices are very cheap, for a few hundreds of euros. With your computer, some piece of free open source software, you can emit fake Galileo, fake GPS, fake GNSS signals. So you do not need to be really an expert for that, and you do not need that much money. It's not something that like a country can do, something that anyone can do, basically. And as I said, this is not science fiction. Today, we are already observing GNSS fake signals all over Europe, over the world. And it did exist already a few months or years ago, but we can see that it is really growing more and more. So let me show you a quick map. Okay, we can see here on the map some planes. So this is the 18th of January, so 2 days ago. We can see airplanes that were attacked. So airplanes that could not rely for a brief moment on GNSS for navigation at all, because they were spoofed. So of course, we see them around conflict zones, but it could be basically anywhere. And we see it all over the world around conflict zones. And what is important is that it is around conflict zones, but it touches anyone, like anyone in their car for their daily use of GNSS for positioning would be subject to this attack. So let's go back to the slide. So as you understood, this is why it is very important today to think about protection against these cyber attacks. And it is really mandatory for critical applications, such as obviously civil protection applications. So now let's talk about what the Galileo offers to, let's say, counter these attacks, because obviously Galileo has the solutions for you. It is called OSNMA. So OSNMA means Open Service Navigation Message Authentication. Yes, I know. Let's break it down. So OS is the open service. So basically the free service for positioning that is available worldwide to anyone and is free. NMA, so Navigation Message Authentication, is the cryptographic mechanism that protects the information emitted by the Galileo satellites. So actually, OSNMA really is the mechanism that allows a GNSS receiver to authenticate Galileo information. So basically, the position it shows you, or the alert from Galileo EWSS that it shows you. And by authenticating the Galileo information, I mean ensuring that the data comes from a real Galileo satellite and not someone emitting fake signals, and also ensuring that the data has not been altered between the satellite and your receiver. So briefly, let's see how OSNMA works, but at very high level, no worries. So here, you have seen this already. Caroline has shown you something similar. We have the navigation message. So basically the messages that are sent by the Galileo system to the ground. So your receiver can receive the alert, can receive or can compute a position and a time, basically. So this is generated at the ground segment. It is sent to the satellites that are broadcasting it back to the ground for you to receive. This is the regular open service, the regular messages that are sent. On top of that, OSNMA is adding authentication data. And by that I mean, okay, let's break it down. For example, there is one layer of security which is very important and quite easy to understand, really. It's the concept of digital signature of the messages. Let's think about, for example, a PDF file. Like, I think we have all signed PDF files, for example. So the idea when you sign a PDF file is that you can sign it, and anyone you send the file to can verify your signature. Anyone that receives the file know that you have signed it, but nobody can sign it the way you did. And this is exactly the same for the Galileo data. So the Galileo system signs its message using a private key that is only known to the Galileo system itself, and anyone on Earth with the public key can verify the signature. So we are sure that the signature is valid, and so the data comes from a real Galileo satellite. This works because the public key is something that you can download or that you can load to the receiver. Usually it is loaded at the factory when the receiver is made, and it is valid for about 20 years. So you don't really have to worry about that as a user. And then when it's set up, when the public key is loaded, there is no need for any maintenance on the receiver. So no internet connection, no new interface needed, just a regular receiver. And so this is, by verifying this signature thanks to the public key, this is how a receiver can ensure that the messages it receives is coming from real Galileo satellites. So now, the most interesting part, how to actually use OSNMA. Well, this is also the best part and will be the most concise, because you do not really have to do anything about it. OSNMA processing is really a built-in function of your receiver. So there is no specific user action needed, no specific interface is needed, and it is, as I said, free of charge and available worldwide to anyone. The only thing you need to know is like HIS that Caroline just presented. You have to actually purchase an OSNMA-enabled receiver. So again, here we have a link for you. You can scan it, or you will be able to access it after the Sunshine USPKN page. I can show it to you. This is simply just like HIS, the list of OSNMA receivers today. So there are plenty. There are chipsets to be integrated. There are fully integrated receivers. There is basically all you may need. Okay. So now that we've seen how to use it, let's see. Let's give some examples of use cases for civil protection applications. So for example, one of the obvious use cases would be a deployed rescue team that is relying on a GNSS receiver for navigation. So you're on the field, you need to go to somewhere within the area of the disaster, and you can rely on your GNSS for navigation. And it works also for asset or team tracking. It's basically the same. Another interesting use case would be drones. Drones, for example, used for search and rescue or essential aid delivery, because such drones can easily be crashed by a GNSS attack, a spoofing attack. So it is very important to protect these drones. Also something that may rely on GNSS timing and that you may not always have in mind is the communication. Radio communications sometimes rely, so depending on the system you use, can rely on GNSS timing. So it is very important that this timing is protected, otherwise your communication, your radio communication network would not work at all. So as we saw, for all these use cases and much more, it is important to have an OSNMA-capable receiver, as it would provide a trusted position and timing in those situations. Let's talk now about another use case that I think it is important to highlight, as we just talked about it also. So it's public warning. Let's imagine there is a disaster ongoing in your country. The Civil Protection Authority creates an alert on the platform to be broadcasted by the Galileo system. So it is sent to the ground segment of Galileo, the alert is processed and sent to the satellites that are broadcasting it to the ground. Now we have our user terminal. It could be a smartphone, could be a siren, could be a digital panel, as we saw. This user terminal should receive the alert and notify it. Now let's imagine during this crisis, someone may want to interfere with that process. So someone could send from the ground a fake alert to user terminals in an area. So over a portion of the city, or someone could send fake GNSS and fake Galileo signals, including a fake alert. This, again, is very, very dangerous, as we can all imagine. And in such a case, again, an OSNMA receiver would be able to detect the fake alert. And the user would then never be notified with a fake alert like this. So it is OSNMA would be able to filter those alerts and only show the real ones. So now, if you don't have any questions, I think we can proceed to a very short demonstration on how we can use on what OSNMA looks like on an actual receiver. So I have a receiver with me. I will explain to you the setup, what I will show you. So first, our receiver will be processing real Galileo signals from real satellites. Everything is fine, and it will tell us everything is fine. And then a very bad guy, well, in that situation, it would be me, but a very bad guy will send fake Galileo signals to the receiver. And we will see how it turns out and how the receiver reacts to this. So let me just set up the interface for you. Just a second, sorry. It should be good now. So what I'm showing you here is an actual interface of an OSNMA-enabled receiver. So let's imagine we are in a team on the field during a disaster, and we need to go somewhere for a search and rescue operation or some aid delivery or something. So we rely on GNSS for navigation, and in our van or our phone, the interface, what the receiver shows us is exactly this screen that I'm showing you now. So here, let's break it down a little bit. We have, of course, the map with our location. So this is where we are now. The receiver is there in my office, actually, of course. Then we have a very important bit of information here. Let me just, here we can see a blue lock. Okay, we have the blue lock here. We have it here on the map. This means that our position is secured by OSNMA. Okay, there is no attack ongoing, and the OSNMA status is authenticated. So OSNMA tells us that this position is secured, this is our position, and it is absolutely trustworthy. Then we have some bit of information here, just about the public key that we loaded. So there is public key loaded, it matches, everything is green, everything is fine, life is good. Now I will launch the spoofing attack on top of that. So let's wait a little bit, maybe a minute or two. Okay, so I launched the spoofing attack. It takes some time because slowly the receiver will stop tracking the real Galileo signals and be forced to track the fake signals. So we can see it is already happening. The receiver is already reacting. You can see the log here and the OSNMA status here that is no longer authenticated. Just refresh the pin on the map. Okay, this is sorry, this is a cache issue with my browser. It happens sometimes. But well, this should be grayed out. Let's still wait a couple more seconds while I'm trying to refresh it. Sorry, there's an issue, memory issue with my web browser. So I see there are comments in the chat or questions.
There is a sorry, also there is a question from Eric. I apologize for the noise. There's some construction happening and it started right as I began to speak. The OSNMA function is analyzing the received information, and if it detects something that's not genuine, it discards the information and does not process it further. Is that how it works?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. So here you can see, okay, so I just changed a browser because it was a cache issue on the browser. Really sorry for that. But the receiver worked exactly as planned, of course. And we have no, so what we can see here is that we have been teleported. The spoofing attack has been detected. We have the gray log, the gray pin. So this tells us this is not the correct position. And in real life, your receiver would maybe not even tell you this position, would just tell there is no position anymore. Okay, and I can guarantee you we have not moved to Greece. The receiver haven't teleported. This is the result of the spoofing attack. So this is dangerous, and it is important that our receiver tells us stop using, basically stop using GNSS. This is not reliable information anymore. Okay, sorry, my browser totally crashed. Okay, anyway. Do we have other questions, maybe? Or is it clear?
There is a question in the chat that I can transfer for you from Zoltan. In which spell of the message sending does the OSNMA authenticator authenticate the message? Sorry.
I didn't hear the beginning of the question, Anita.
Sorry, in which spell of the message? Maybe in which part of the message? Yes, in which part of the message does the OSNMA authenticate it?
So it authenticates most of the part of the messages, basically anything related to timing and positioning. And it is planned with future evolution to also authenticate the alert messages. But this is already something that we can do today. So here you see there is no emergency warning messages received because there are no broadcasts yet. But if there were some messages broadcasted, it would light up in green or red to know if it's trustworthy or not, as I showed you on the slides. So basically, OSNMA basically protects everything that Galileo sends. So anything that allows you to receive an alert, to get your position and time.
Okay, thank you. If there are any other questions, you know the drill by now. You can either type them in the chat or you can raise your hand and I will give you the floor to ask your questions. There is in the chat some comments from Basir regarding the spoofing attacks, and perhaps this could go into a bigger discussion, but like as a remark here to pass it on. Sorry, there is Zoom is picking up different audios. Is it time? I don't know if you are involved at all, Vincent, in these kinds of matters. Would it be time to call spoofing a terrorist act, something that you know?
Yes, of course, that could be, as I mentioned, that could be, and today is some attacks conducted by, well, probably conducted by states. It could be something conducted by someone in the streets targeting your alert system in your specific street or in your specific city. So it could definitely be, yes.
Yeah, I mean the dangers of it potentially. There's a question from Akos. Can you also demonstrate what a fake, what a spoofed EWSS would look like?
This is yeah, this is actually something that is planned. So we'll not show you it here, but this is something that is planned within the Sunshine training seminars. So if you're interested into it, please, you're very, very welcome to come and see a much more detailed demonstration on the, let's say, position and timing spoofing use case, and also on the alert protection use case. So how does it look like when we receive alerts? How does the receiver react? And how does it react when there is a fake alert that is detected? Because this is something that we can do and something that we show within the seminar.
Okay, there is, I see a raised hand from Basir. Give me just a moment. Here you go. Please, you can ask your question.
Greetings. Thank you, Vincent, for a very well thought out, extensive, hard worked presentation. The reason why I wanted to raise, especially, GPS spoofing conducted by hostile countries is, obviously, Malaysian Airlines flight and Azerbaijan Airlines flight were brought down using conventional weapons. But in the event if GPS spoofing is used, there would hardly be enough evidence to gather up besides obviously the plane being attacked. This is a point I've raised last year, and mysteriously I'm joining from Turkey. A Turkish Air Force cargo plane that was carrying over 30 personnel went down in Georgia and apparently in an accident. And then also a small private charter jet carrying Libyan general staff of the internationally recognized government in Tripoli went down. So these are cases of, I guess, more perhaps synergy, cooperation, coordination with the space community. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
There was a bit of a lag on my side here. I hope I did not miss something too. I hope not miss much. There is a question in the chat from Eric. What is in practice the risk for civil protection operations to use fake navigation data when not protected by OSNMA? Do you have any concrete examples on that?
Yes, there are a lot actually. I can try and give you some. So of course, when you're just navigating on the field, so a fake signal could mislead you about your position. So this is the risk. It can make you lose time and can lead your teams on the field to a dangerous zone where they will try to avoid normally, or to get them outside of their planned itinerary. Another risk that we highlighted here too is the risk of fake Galileo alerts. And OSNMA would filter those fake alerts and would not notify the population with them. I've told you about drones, for example, that can easily be crashed. And I think use of drones for field protection is something that is pretty promising and growing its usage, whether it is for aid delivery, for search and rescue. So these drones are important and they could easily be grounded by a spoofing attack. And OSNMA would detect it again. So yeah, I think this summarizes. This gives examples on what risk we really encounter in the field of civil protection.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Are there any other questions from the audience on these topics? You can write them in the chat, or you can raise your hand and ask them directly to the team. Okay, it looks like there aren't any questions at the moment. That's fine. We can then keep going.
Okay. So I will share my screen again. Can you see it properly? Oops, sorry.
Yes, we can see it just fine.
Okay. Thank you, Anita. So this is actually the last presentation for this webinar before we go to an interactive quiz altogether. And again, I'm very happy to be the speaker for this session because if Galileo EWSS is my preferred Galileo service, I would say, this one I'm about to speak about is my second preferred. So we will actually focus on a Galileo service that can be of support to civil protection, but more as people that could potentially, during their mission, face a distress situation. And this is why this presentation is called Galileo to Save Lives, a last resort with a last resort link with the rescuers. Before I actually start speaking about Galileo, I need to introduce another system, which is called the COSPAS-SARSAT system. So what is COSPAS-SARSAT? COSPAS-SARSAT is a search and rescue satellite system that listens worldwide for distress calls. This system was actually born in 1979 from a joint effort of many countries, Canada, France, the US, and the former Soviet Union. Since 1979, it has, of course, been expanded, and today, 45 countries and organizations are actually participating in the operation and management of COSPAS-SARSAT system. So, very synthetically, because it is also a very complex system, I will try to explain how this is working. So, in this slide, you can see a guy on a lifeboat, which seems to be in a difficult situation. We can imagine easily his boat was sinking, and he had to leave it. And you can see that the guy is holding in his hand actually strange equipment. And yes, so I will cut the suspense. This is a distress beacon, what we call a distress beacon. So how does it work in principle? We can imagine that this guy is out of radio range, meaning that he cannot call for rescue with traditional means like radio, and also that it would be in a black spot, meaning he would not have cellular coverage as well. In that case, the only thing he could use to call for help is actually what we will call a distress beacon. So he will activate the beacon, and so the beacon will start emitting what we call a distress signal, actually embedding information, relevant information about the location of the distress emitting the distress call. In view of this distress beacon, there are some satellites, what we call satellite segments, that are actually able to receive this distress and to relay it to what we would call the ground segment. So as we speak of a ground segment for Galileo, we speak of the ground segment for COSPAS-SARSAT system. These are, of course, different infrastructures, but still some, let's say, architecture on the ground, which is able to process the signal received from the beacon and to actually compute a lot of very relevant information to be shared to the Rescue Coordination Center. Among the interesting data computed, there is the location of the distress itself, and in other words, the location of this guy on his lifeboat, allowing an efficient deployment of the rescue forces up to this guy. So this is, of course, again, a very synthetic way to present it, but more or less how it works. Something I want to really highlight here is that COSPAS-SARSAT distress beacons are very specific terminals. And compared to, let's say, basic equipment like a phone, for instance, it is designed to be resilient to very harsh environments. And it allows the user to issue a distress when other communication means are available. So, what would be the interest for civil protection? I just said that distress beacons allow to send distress in very harsh environments when other communication means are unavailable because of a black spot, or we could imagine as well, as we said for EWSS, in some cases, a disaster can actually destroy the communication, the ground network communications. So typically, the areas in which civil protection are usually deployed are, by definition, dangerous areas. So an equipment allowing to send a distress call could be useful. And of course, these are areas in which the ground network may be down. So just out of curiosity, is there any of you already holding such distress beacon? By thumbs up, please, if you do have one. No, you don't? Okay. Actually, you could buy one. I mean, it's not that expensive device, and I wanted to buy one for myself because I wanted to hold one, but I'm not either part of civil protection, and I don't do let's say dangerous activities like mountain or boat in the ocean, so it was not worth it. So coming back to the topic of today, it is Galileo. So why was I mentioning COSPAS-SARSAT? Actually, I was mentioning COSPAS-SARSAT because Galileo is a key contributor to the COSPAS-SARSAT system. And you can see here on this picture that Galileo contributes to COSPAS-SARSAT by, of course, providing the satellites, meaning that Galileo satellites embed a payload that allow to receive distress call from COSPAS-SARSAT distress beacons. And also, of course, there are some ground architecture that are participating to the COSPAS-SARSAT system. And when we speak of Galileo usage in the frame of distress, we call Galileo Search and Rescue. So Galileo SAR, and this is the title we used in the agenda, for instance. Now we've already spoken about the basic usage of COSPAS-SARSAT system, and so among other systems, Galileo to send the distress. On top of Galileo, for instance, as part of the COSPAS-SARSAT system, there is GPS, also part of the what we call the MEOSAR, so Medium Earth Orbit Constellation that participate to COSPAS-SARSAT. But actually, Galileo has within the COSPAS-SARSAT system a differentiator, because Galileo allows to provide a very unique service that is called the return link service. And I will briefly explain to you how this return link service works using the same example of our poor guy that is obviously not rescued yet and still in the lifeboat. So let's imagine now that instead of having let's say basic distress beacon, this guy would have purchased a return link compatible distress beacon. Then, as we mentioned before, this guy, he has emitted a distress already, and it has been received by the COSPAS-SARSAT ground segment. But thanks to Galileo, there is actually, and it is only done by the Galileo ground segment, an automatic computation of what we would call an acknowledgement. This acknowledgement is actually a confirmation that the distress has been received and localized. And thanks to Galileo satellites, which were initially used to pass the distress from the beacon to the rescue coordination center. Galileo satellites are now used in the other way around, let's say, to pass to the distress beacon what we call this acknowledgement. And how it appears in the distress beacon is actually can be something like a little blinking LED on the distress beacon. But what it actually means for the person in distress is that the distress call has been received and localized, which is, you can easily imagine, very comforting when you are in a very difficult situation waiting for the rescue to arrive. And on top of that, on average, the computation and reception of an acknowledgement in the return link service is of 37 seconds, which is very fast, actually. And for your information, again, this is not science fiction, because Galileo Return Link Service is operational since 2018. And you could already purchase compatible beacons. On the internet, I mean, it's open to anyone. Now that we've spoken of the Return Link Service, I would like to make a very short focus, and I think it is my last slide, on an evolution of the Return Link Service that is under study at, let's say, Galileo and COSPASat level, and which would actually use the two links we've seen just before. So the link allowing communication from the distress to the rescuers and the other way around to be used to provide additional information. So what are these informations? So let's imagine you are part of this rescue coordination center team, and you've just received a distress call from one beacon somewhere. You don't know actually anything about this distress. You only know maybe the brand of the distress beacon. You have a number allowing to identify in your database maybe who is the holder of the beacon, but you don't know exactly why it was used for. And you don't even know if actually the distress you received is a real distress or a bad manipulation or whatever. So thanks to the evolution of the return link service, it would be possible for the Rescue Coordination Center to actually send questions through, through the link up to the user of the distress beacon. So technically, on the Rescue Coordination Center side, of course, again, as per Galileo EWSS, we would rely on libraries of questions and answers because we have limited bandwidth again. But an operator of the RCC would select a question to be sent to the distress user. And the distress beacon would be designed, of course, to allow the display of such question. It could look like something like this. And so, for instance, the question relayed from the RCC to the user would be, what is your type of distress? Here you can see already a very interesting point is that it gives the user the possibility to say, oh, oops, sorry, it's a false alert. I misused my beacon. It was not on purpose that I activated it. Sorry for that. It's a false alert. Today, there's no possibility to do that. So the user would actually use the beacon to select the correct answer to the question. So in that case, we can imagine that guy, it's thinking. and to actually send in this time the channel from the distress to the RCC, on top of the distress and the location, the answer to the question, which will be relayed, of course, through the same channel up to the RCC, giving the possibility for the Rescue Coordination Center the opportunity to collect a lot of very useful information, to provide the right equipment on board when going for the rescue, to carry a doctor if needed, not to go if it's a false alert. All this stuff that really improve the mission of rescue and also allow to save a lot of energy on the side, and also not to put them into danger as well. I can easily understand that in our epoch, let's say, where we all exchange a lot of messages, like if it was very easy to do. Again, put yourself in a position where you are in a black spot, you have no network, you have no radio range. This is your only way to communicate with rescuers. And this is really what we can say an innovation. And as I said before, this is not operational yet, but under study. And so, yeah, I did not say how was this service called, and the name of this service will be two-way communication service. And there already were some demonstration of this service a few years ago under a project called Serenity, and I hope much more will come in the coming years. Well, as I promised, this was my last slide, and now I just will make a very short recap of what you've learned this afternoon if you followed all the sessions of this afternoon webinar. So now you know that Galileo EWSS is a robust channel to alert populations. You know as well that Galileo offers services to support higher accuracy, speaking of HAS, and resilience against cyber attacks, speaking of OSNMA. You know as well that these services are free of charge and available to civil protection authorities through specific equipment and or procedures. And we will provide in the slide the databases of already compatible receivers maintained by USPA for either HAS and OSNMA. And you know now what is Galileo Search and Rescue, and that it helps rescuers to save lives. And if I'm correct, this is now time for our afternoon quiz. And as we did this morning, I think we will start with the quiz and then we will do the Q&A session. Right, Anita?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So I will switch the sharing of my screen. Okay. Okay. So do you see now Mentimeter web page? Yes. Okay. I'm just waiting for a few minutes to be sure you have time to open the quiz, so you can either scan this QR code here, or you could join menti.com and use this code I will try to copy paste it in the chat.
Oh, it's already been done.
Okay, thank you so much. Perfect. Okay, so for those who were here this morning, you know that we have a little time for a quiz, just to check whether you are listening carefully to our presentations. And so this quiz will cover the whole afternoon. So Galileo, EWSS, HAS, OSNMA, and search and rescue. So let's see how many of you are actually connected. It's 17. You can join along the way if you want to. We have a bit more. So first question. Wow, you are really fast. I did not have time to read the question. The question is, Galileo utilization is free of charge. Is it true or is it false? We have 15 answers. We have 16 answers. Okay, well, very well done, all of you. Because this is the correct answer. So yes, Galileo utilization is free of charge, but you understand that still some receivers are needed and must be acquired from manufacturers, and that the price of the different receivers may depend on the complexity of the receiver. So an HAS receiver, which would be more expensive than a basic open service Galileo receiver, for instance. So yeah, that's it. Again, you will have the databases of receivers in the slides afterwards. So well done, everyone. And let's go to the next question now. So let's see if you were listening to me just after lunch. When is the initial service declaration of Galileo EWSS 14? Is it in the coming months, let's say, Q1 this year, 2026? Is it Q2 this year, 2026? Is it in 2027 or in 2030, sorry, plus? I don't see your answers. We have 12 answers. 13, let's discover your answers. Now, this is actually very well done because Q2 this year is the right answer. And to be more precise, today the declaration of initial service is planned for June. So end of Q2 2026. And so again, Galileo EWSS is not science fiction. It's coming very soon. Well done, everyone. Next question. This is not an easy one. A civil protection authority shall select the language in which an alert will be notified during the alert creation process. I insist, the way I read the question can help. Shall select the language in which an alert will be notified during the alert creation process. So we have 10 answers. Let's wait for a few more answers. Well, almost everyone has answered. So this is again well done because we have 12 of you saying this is not true. I will clarify for the 6 of you who answered true. So the right answer is false. The instruction will be notified in the language of configuration of the terminal. This is important to understand. The language of notification of the alert is not a choice from the Civil Protection Authority sending the alert on the platform. It depends on the terminal and it can be configured. And so I put an example here to make it clearer. For instance, I'm a French girl and my smartphone is in French. So if I receive a Galileo EWSS alert, it will be notified to me on my phone in French. But if we have a siren, let's say, installed in Brussels city centers, and that the siren has to actually provide alerts to all the people that could be around Brussels city center, then it would be good to configure this siren to notify the alert in French, in Dutch, and in English. French and Dutch are official languages in Belgium, and then English because Brussels is a very touristic and business city. So this is an example you can keep in mind, and I hope it clarifies this concept. Question about HAS. HAS allows accuracy down to 1 meter, saying cannot reach better than 1 meter. We needed one. Okay. Well, again, this is very well done. This is false. Yes, it is false because actually HAS allows accuracy not down to 1 meter, but down to 20 centimeters. So well done, most of you had the correct answers. Now, checking if you are listening to Vincent, it is crucial to use OSNMA-enabled terminals for critical applications. Okay, again, I'm really impressed. This is well done. This is true. It is crucial to use OSNMA-enabled terminals for critical application, because if you don't, you are at the mercy of attacks. And Vincent gave examples of some risks that civil protection could face if not using OSNMA, and so if not able to detect such attacks. Next question. Galileo is the only constellation within COSPA-StarSat providing an acknowledgement of distress, reception, and localization. This should be fresh in your mind. And I see it is. Well done. This is a Galileo differentiator from other constellation participating to the system. And which of the following affirmation is true? And I help you, there is only one true. So Galileo is not resilient against cyber attack. All Galileo services are resilient against cyber attacks, or specific Galileo services offer resilience against cyber attacks. I wait a little bit because the answers are a bit long to read, so I give you a bit more time. Let's see the answers. Well done. So, clarification now for this one. Again, really pushing for this information. Galileo, as any other GNSS, is subject to cyber attacks. We call them jamming and spoofing. But hopefully some specific Galileo services offer resilience against cyber attacks. And OSNMA is one of them, of the services, because as Vincent explained, It allows to verify the integrity and the reliability of the navigation message. If you come to a Sunshine seminar, you will have the opportunity to discover a bit of another service of Galileo, which provides resilience against cyber attack, which is a PRS, public regulated service, and which actually allows to cipher the navigation message that is broadcasted by the satellite. And by definition, ciphering is a protection against spoofing. Okay. Well, that was the last question. Well done, everyone. Thank you for your participation. And again, very well done. We had a lot of good answers. Most of the answers were correct. So thank you very much. So I will stop sharing this. And I will share the slides again. Oops. No. I'm sorry. There is a bar of Zoom which is hiding. Ah, no, I can move it. It's okay. Better now, I guess. Okay, so now we have time for additional question and answer sessions. I don't know, Anita, if we have new questions on the chat.
There is one, sorry, there is one from Eric. Is the SAR service actually used by civil protection teams in the field, or does it only work for people at sea? Can it be used, I guess, in other situations, like if someone is trapped on a mountain, I guess?
Yes, Eric, thank you very much for the question. Of course, I had to pick a use case to illustrate one of the possible situations in which Galileo search and rescue would be useful to someone. But actually, when the environment is harsh, when there is a high probability of distress and where, let's say, classical communication means may not be available, so saying a radio or let's say cellular network like phone, Galileo search and rescue is a very useful service. So as I mentioned, by definition, when a civil protection authority is deployed on the field for its mission, it is most probably in a harsh environment, it is most probably a dangerous situation, and it is most probably in a black spot area. And so we could think deployment of civil protection authorities in areas that are at war, for instance. You mentioned, Anita, as a mountain use case for sure. This is a use case as well that is very relevant for Galileo's search and rescue. So I know that civil protection authorities, there are some plans for them to be equipped with such devices. So yeah, they are a good target to purchase this kind of equipment. But again, if you want to purchase one, you can do it. It is not that expensive, and it can save your life at some point.
Okay, thank you so much, Caroline. There's a follow-up question. Is there a subscription fee to pay for the service?
Okay, so very interesting question. So this is let's say a big differentiator from other distress devices that you can buy in the internet and that actually rely on private satellite constellations. Galileo Search and Rescue usage, meaning when you activate the distress, this is completely free. You have to buy your distress beacon, for sure, but then you can activate your distress beacon without paying anything. It is not the case with private constellations for which you have to pay your device and you have to pay your distress call, let's say.
Okay, good to know. Actually, I might get one. All right, there are no other questions in the chat right yet. This is your opportunity to write your questions in the chat, or you can raise your hand and you will be given the floor to ask the Sunshine experts your question, of course, or any other question related to the project.
Should I continue with the slide, Anita?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was waiting for something. Okay. So this is really the close-up slides of our webinar. So again, we would like to emphasize the upcoming training opportunities. So today was a technical webinar of Sunshine, but you understood that you can register for the coming seminars. So 3 seminars to come. The next one is in March in Strasbourg in France. Then we will have one in Romania, Timisoara in May, and we will have one in Zagreb, Croatia in June. You can find here on the right-hand side of the slide a QR code you can flash to register. And Charlie, thank you for that. Again, put the link to the expression of interest form in the chat. So if you participate in a seminar, or if you've already participated in the first seminar, you are welcome to participate to our simulation exercises. So again, 2 sessions will be planned, one at the end of March and one at the beginning of October, both in GG Davis premises in Brussels. That's it for the coming opportunities. Again, if you want to watch the webinar again, if you were impressed by our OSNMA demonstration, for instance, and you want to see it again, you can have access to the recording of the webinar and or to the slides we presented on the Sunshine page of the UCPCAN network platform. You can scan this QR code and thank you, Charlie. You anticipate my needs. Charlie copy-pasted the URL again in the chat to access the resources. For sure, the recording and the slides will be published in the coming hours or days. It will be available very soon. And yes, as we mentioned this morning, we are really interested in having your feedback in this webinar because we are in a constant improvement process with this project and we would like to do better next time. So please, we invite you to scan this QR code here and to answer our webinar evaluation survey. It would be very nice of you to provide your feedback and to help us improve for the next time. And again, if you need to reach out to us for any question, here you can find again the contacts. The contacts according to the topic you want to address. If you have a question around the trainings, you can contact Anita and the Sunshine Telespazio generic email address. If you have specific questions around the exercises, you can reach out to Simon Taillefer or again, our generic address and general question. We have the two generic address here, one European generic address and Telespazio one. So I wanted to share a message from Gabriel. Maybe you can mention again that the spots for seminar are limited. Yes, it is true. We have only 40 seats per seminar. So the sooner you register, well, the earlier, the better, as Gabriel said. And I think it is, yes, this was the last slide of the webinar.
All right. Thank you, Caroline, for closing us off. Indeed, seats for the seminars are limited, so the sooner you register, the better. But we are still, and the seminars are open for registration as of right now. Please go ahead. Even for the one in Strasbourg, if you are able to make it, we would be happy to have you. We hope to see you on one of the next Sunshine training activities. So on behalf of the Sunshine Consortium, thank you very much for joining today's webinar. Yes, we hope to see you in the next time or in a future seminar or exercise even. Thank you for joining and have a very nice day.
Thank you very much. See you soon, I hope.
Thank you, everyone.